Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a Calabasas City Council meeting of June 10th, 2026. It's 6 p.m. We're starting a little early, and I want to call the meeting to order. I'm Mayor James Bazagian. I'm joined here by Council members Weintraub, Kraut, Albrecht, and Shapiro. And we will now do the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Brian Cameron. Okay, may I have a motion to approve the agenda with a notation that we're going to skip over the presentation from the Sheriff's Department till a little later on in the meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Skipping over into council announcements. Ed, why don't you start?
Okay, jumping right into it. Well, very happy to participate. Yeah. Thank you. Very happy to have participated in the 10th anniversary of the Calabasas Senior Center. And if time ever flew by, it certainly did for this building. It's unbelievable how it was just yesterday when we were thinking about building it. So it was definitely a wow event, and really the essence of this senior center has been really more than fulfilled. Gosh, an alphabet list of classes and associations and activities that were created. So I think the satisfaction level continues to expand. I have an announcement about Chabad of Calabasas. They'll be celebrating a unified recognition of America's 250th anniversary, and coincidentally, the 250th anniversary of the Chabad movement, both 250 years old. So that'll be nice. It's November 23rd at 7 o'clock at their location on Old Topanga. And lastly, the Calabasas Commerce Foundation, which is a 501c3, will be having their first annual golf tournament for the benefit of nonprofits in Calabasas, and that'll take place on November 9th. We have a title sponsor in Kia Motors, and we're looking for other sponsorships. There are at the moment a lot available, but a lot are already going. So the key sponsorships would certainly be the first and 10th tee and the putting green, so it's going to be a great event. I hope we have a lot of people to come out. We're going to try to make it a splash, and I know it's going in that direction right now. Those are my announcements. Thank you. Thank
you, David.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate, and maybe I'm off a little, but I don't think we've had a meeting since the Mayor's Youth Council and those who were involved with the food drive they held. It was very successful from what I understand and saw. So for the West Valley Food Pantry, congratulations. And I also want to spend a moment mentioning we all attended and supported the Calabasas High School Senior Awards Night and gave scholarships, and it was a tremendous event and wonderful, and congratulations to all those culminating in the city and their families. Be careful, be safe, and enjoy your celebrations. And also want to mention this Sunday is the first annual concert at the lake. It's a Billy Joel tribute, and it's a concert at the lake by the Swim and Tennis Center. If you haven't been, it's fantastic, great event. Bring blankets, don't bring big high chairs, but come and enjoy that event. That's also on our website. And congratulations to Calabasas High School's senior, Malia Rainey, who set the state track and field championship, won the state track and field championship in the 100 meters, fastest time in the state, one of the top 3 in the country. So that's a big thing. And I will just mention I'm wearing an orange tie tonight, not your favorite holiday coming up, but in honor of National Gun Violence Awareness Month and safety. So for all the survivors, for all those, that's why I'm wearing it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Alicia?
All my announcements have been taken, so I just want to wish all of the graduates in our community a happy graduation and best of luck on your next chapter.
Peter?
And I have no other announcements as well. Thank you.
I have no announcements other than to thank those who participated in the California primary election. We had a pretty brisk turnout, and so thank you for those who took the time to vote. Still a minority of the electorate, but nonetheless better than it was last time. So now we're going to move on to our public comment period. This is a time for individuals to speak on matters within our subject matter jurisdiction that are not otherwise agendized. If you wish to speak on an unagendized item that is relevant to the council, we will have you speak for 3 minutes or less. You do need to fill out one of these cards in the back. I don't have any cards. Do you have any cards, City Clerk? No. So there are no comments for public comment, which means we move on to our consent calendar. Our consent calendar consists of item 2, which is the city council meeting minutes from May 27th of this year.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
It's unanimous. Okay, now we go to a public hearing. This is a public hearing certifying the results of the assessment ballot proceeding with respect to the proposed assessment increase for Calabasas Park Estates Zone in 8, Bellagio Zone 4, and Landscape and Lighting Avalon District 32 within Landscape Lighting Act Districts numbers 22, 24, 27, and 32. Why don't we have a report from our Public Works Department, whoever's going to give the report. Curtis?
Sure, I'll kick it off. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Temp, and council members. We usually don't present on these items. This is an annual item that comes before you, but this year was a little unique with how the voting turned out.
Yes.
So with me tonight is Christopher Parker, our Landscape Maintenance District Manager. He's going to give you all a short presentation, and we're available for questions.
All right, Christopher, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. We conducted the, let me get back one here. We conducted the landscape, I'll be presenting the results of the AB 218 assessment increase ballot counting that we did. It was conducted by staff and members of Wildan Financial Services on June 1st. The ballot count results allowed for the passage of the assessment increase for 2 of the 3 communities that participated in the ballot process. Calabasas Park Estates Zone 8 failed, Bellagio and Landscape and Lighting Assessment District 32 both passed. Under Prop 218, an assessment increase may only be blocked if a majority of protest exists. In the 2 communities that passed, that majority of protests was not present. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the new adoption of the increase for Bellagio and the LLAD District 32.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. I do have a couple questions. Can you go back to that screen that said weighted ballots? Okay, majority protest. So basically what we're saying is the majority, it takes a majority of votes.
Yes.
But here I'm reading weighted ballots. Are you weighting it the valuation of the property? What does weighted ballots mean?
Yeah. Please.
It can, depending on how the district's set up. In these districts, they're weighted the same, so it didn't come into play.
Okay, so that probably shouldn't be part of the presentation. I don't want to, because you didn't count the 31 and 31 to see which had more valuation.
They were the same. We just
Well,
included
no,
because
but you
the-
didn't look at, you're not looking at the value of the properties, the 31 versus the 31.
we are, but they happen to be the same in these districts. It's the way the state law is worded.
I don't see how that could be. You have 31 properties, they're not exactly the same amount of what they're assessed.
In these districts, a lot of them are very similar or the same.
Okay, well, because it's a tie vote, I want to take our time to do this right so that we don't get subject to any kind of challenge. Is this, Pam, am I reading this right, that what should happen is 31 individual parcels should be assessed and 31 additional parcels over here should be assessed on the other side, exactly what their assessed value is? Is that correct?
I would say that it depends on how they're weighted, whether it's assessed valuations or assessed benefits from which those properties receive a benefit.
I see. So the problem there is going to be if somebody's bordering open space or has more of a direct, I guess, more public street or trail next to it, it might get in, I mean, I want to make sure we do it right. So can you just say 31 to 31 tie, it passes? Or do you have to do something else?
I will defer to the engineer's report, and I don't know if the engineer is on and available to speak to the ballots and the assessments or the benefits from which those assessments are derived. So based on case law and the way the statute is written, that's the way it is. But it's specific to each district and how that's weighted.
And we do have Will down on.
Okay,
to
let
go
me
into
ask
more
Will Dan
details.
then.
Okay.
Hello, Will Dan.
Hi, Mayor, council members.
You are, I'm sorry?
I'm Joni. I'm with Wildan Financial
Okay.
Services.
Did you hear my question, or should I repeat it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
No, sir, I heard it. By weighted, we mean the amount of the assessment, not the valuation of the property itself. So, as Christopher said, in the Bellagio and Calabasas Park Estates, every parcel that is within those two zones was being charged or was being asked to increase their assessment by the same amount. So all votes were exactly the same. They were weighted by the same assessment amount.
Okay, thank you. I really appreciate that. I just want to make sure
And-
we're doing it right.
No, I completely understand. And the way that a ballot measure under Prop 218 fails is if there's a majority protest, if you receive more no votes than yes votes.
Okay.
So they both passed.
So let me make some general comments then, as long as we're in the public hearing. I don't have any comments from the public. You don't have any cards. And then we'll go around. My general comment is this. I'm really uncomfortable knowing that there's all these homes out there and one person took the trouble to vote for it out of 21 homes. Is that the one that had 21 homes?
That's actually a commercial district.
Okay,
LLD
whatever
32.
it was, 21 properties, one person took the trouble to vote yes, one person took the trouble to vote no, and we're now assessing everybody. I also feel uncomfortable with the 31 to 31 in a lesser way, but still, I know how the statute reads or how the proposition reads, but it's not comforting. And I imagine if I were one of the property owners who voted no, I would feel ripped off either way, or if I was the one person who voted no in that one district. Perhaps in the future, we can find better ways to get better participation. It's a pretty pathetic turnout. But I guess if that's the law, and as long as it passed, I'm not going to stand in the way of certifying it. I'm just rather disappointed to see these numbers.
And Mayor, if I can just jump in on the participation, we do coordinate with all of the HOAs early in the year, early in the calendar year, prior to the ballots going out. We work with the boards, the presidents, and the property managers, and we get the word out to the community, and they do their part to get the word out to the community. So I feel like we are making an effort. I will say that the commercial district, LLAD 32, it's really hard to locate the commercial property owners.
So you mail it to the property then?
Yes.
Okay.
We did have 5 ballots that went out to 32 that were returned not deliverable.
Okay.
So these were the two that we got were the only ones that came in.
It is what it is. I just remember a couple weeks ago being yelled at by somebody who was very upset by their landscape ballot, and I can just see getting yelled at again next time I run into that person.
You could
Just
just
hopefully
give them
never.
my phone number.
I'll be happy to talk to him too, Mayor.
Okay. I'm monopolized so far, so let's turn it over. David, go ahead.
Thank you for this. Just a quick question. I understand the 2 ties is a win, is a pass for both. The Calabasas Park Estates, can you just explain for those watching or for those who are going to ask later on who voted yes, what the result is, the fact that it did not pass, what that means to that community and those individual homeowners? Please.
Sure. It means that the levy will increase by CPI because we do increase all of the districts by CPI. It also means that their funding is going to, outside CPI remains largely stagnant. So we'll keep the level of service where it's at.
Okay, just nothing additional from where they are currently receiving service from the city?
Correct.
From the, okay, thank you, that's it.
And that means actually less service because as costs go up, you just do less work.
It can, and we do encourage, every year we encourage the LLADs, which a lot of them align with HOAs, to increase their levies for that reason. That, you can usually go a few years and maintain us the same level of service, but once the contract expires and we go out for bid for a new contract, for those districts that have not increased their levies significantly, it usually means a reduction in service.
Okay. Alicia?
No, I was going to ask the same thing. So when people complain about certain things in this area, I mean, because eventually it would be the level of service would have to go down because costs will be increasing. I mean, we'll be able to go back to this. I mean, can you just briefly explain what services are included in this?
Well, they do vary, and that is part of why Christopher has a job, a very busy job, because each zone in these different districts has a different level of service, and they're all have assessed different amounts.
Like what about 22 that didn't, or, yeah,
Well, actually, they're both in 22. They're different
or
zones
zone
in
8,
22.
zone 8 that didn't pass?
And Christopher can jump in if I miss anything. Generally, they're getting maintenance in their common areas, which include mowing, edging, weeding, trimming of shrubs, and where it varies is some have some tree trimming and some don't. Do you know if CP has anything interesting or special?
Well, there's also weed abatement involved in that. So there's a lot of weed abatement, as you know, this time of year. And so that's part of that as well. But it is general landscape maintenance. It's lowing, edging, as Curtis alluded to. Very little tree. This coming year, we'll be doing more tree trimming because we have new contracts coming up, but it includes all the landscape maintenance. And if I may ask, council member, if you get people that are complaining and they're upset about things, feel free to send them my way. I'd be more than happy to meet with them or talk with them or explain anything to them.
Perfect, thank you so much.
You're very welcome.
I'll send someone your way. Okay. Peter?
I think it's been very well covered already. I'll just add the lighting district is also included with this. It's a landscape lighting district in all 3 cases, so they would have their electric bill for the lighting to pay first and foremost before landscaping is covered. Is that correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on the zone.
Okay.
They can, but a lot of them, I wouldn't say a lot of them. Some of them do not pay the electric through the LLAD. Some elect to pay through their HOA dues.
Okay.
But you're right. First and foremost, if we're looking at a potential reduction in level of service, we're going to pay utility bills and we're going to do weed abatement. And then we're going to look at the frequency of service in the common areas.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ed?
We're all getting a little bit of a lesson on this, so thanks. I do have a couple questions. One in particular, on the ballot, we were told that each of the houses were very similar, or you had mentioned it. It seems a little odd to have so many houses similar in nature. There's got to be some discrepancy as you drive through the neighborhood. When the builders developed, there was always at least 4 different models or 5 different models. So what was the criteria that's being used? Is it basically square footage, certain stable type of decisions to be made?
That's a great question. Before I defer to Joni, I'll give kind of an analogy. So I've also been a part of districts like street lighting districts where it's based strictly on your frontage. So for example, if you have a 50-foot frontage, that's your assessment. If you have a 100-foot frontage, you're going to pay double what your neighbor pays. But these benefits are different. They're not, they're common areas that are enjoyed by the HOA. They're not necessarily tied to the size of a property, the value of the property, or their frontage or anything. This is areas that people enjoy usually when they're outside their homes, right? So the valuation there is more similar and generally the same for everybody in the community. I hope that answers the
So it's
question.
taking a big piece of property and it's dividing it. The divisor is going to be how many homes are using that.
Yeah, I think one way to look at it is, say you had a 10,000 square foot home and a 5,000 square foot home. In this instance, where we're taking care of common areas and general maintenance, landscape maintenance within the HOA, both of those homes are receiving about the same benefit because they both have the equal access to these areas.
So the common area is the main point.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Curtis, one other question that came to mind after I was done. I seem to remember there were a number of zones that voted down this thing last time. Wasn't Zone 8 one of them?
Yeah, this is the third year that CPE has requested that we go out and for ballot for them for an increase. 3 years ago, they passed it, and now the last 2 years, it hasn't passed.
Okay. All right. That's it. So what we need to do now is I'm going to close the public hearing, and we will then, I'll entertain a motion to adopt resolutions number 2026-2025 and resolution number 2026-2026, which certifies the results of these elections.
So moved.
Kraut and then Albrecht. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Are we ready with the sheriff's report? You want to do that? Why don't we have the sheriff's report right now? We'll go back to that. That would be item number 1.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Hi. Deputy Cienfuegos, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, for the Sheriff's Crime Report for May and April. In March, Part 1 crimes were down 14.1% in comparison to March of that of last year. We did have 2 aggravated assaults that happened in March. Those happened along Adamore Road and another one along the Commons Way. Both of those suspects have been identified. We are trying to apprehend those suspects, and that is an active investigation. We did have 3 burglaries in the month of March. They were 3 residential burglaries. Those occurred on the 26,000 block of Roymore Drive, and the other were along the Park Streets. In those cases, no one was home during those crimes. I can report that one of those cases, we're able to utilize cameras in the area as well as cameras from homeowners to identify those suspects. So really great that we were able to use and contact those homeowners. We did have the big problem, obviously, in the city of Calabasas is the larceny thefts. Larceny thefts are our biggest problem. We did have 15 of those thefts, 7 grand thefts. 3 of those incidents happened along Commons Way, another 2 further down along Calabasas Road, and then 1 in the Paseos and 1 in the Deer Hill tract. In most of these cases, detectives have been able to identify most of the suspects, and the cases are still active and ongoing on those. We did have 3 thefts from unlocked vehicles. These happened along the Park Streets, unlocked vehicles being in that area. And then 5 petty thefts. Those 4 of these happened at the Albertsons along Las Virgenes Road. I can report that 2 of those suspects were apprehended on scene by the deputies. They were able to arrive, and they were able to, with the information that was provided to them, they were able to apprehend those suspects. The other one was at the Ralph's Shopping Center on Calabasas Road. And again, we were able to obtain video and everything from them, so we were able to identify those suspects. Those suspects did not live in the area, and so they're being from the San Fernando Valley. Lastly, we had 4 grand theft autos. One occurred along Elysia Canyon. In this case, the arrest was actually made on that person not too far away. And then another occurred along Commons Way, and again, Adamore Road seemed to be a thing that month for that area. Moving on to the April crime report, there were 19 Part 1 crimes in the month of April. In comparison, that is a 17.9% comparison in comparison to April of 2025. We did have 1 sexual assault. That sexual assault occurred at a facility along Park Sorrento. This is an open and ongoing case being handled by our Special Victims Unit of the Sheriff's Department, so I can't speak too much on that one. We did have one robbery that occurred at the Commons Shopping Center. Station detectives are handling that case. The victim in this case was able to provide suspect information and vehicle information to the deputies who arrived on scene. Utilizing the flock camera system, we were able to identify those suspects who, again, were from out of the area. So great to be able to have those systems in place. 3 burglaries, 2 residential and 1 business. The two residential burglaries, one of them occurring along Las Virgenes Road and then the other along Park Miramar. The residents were not home during the time of those incidents, and we were, again, able to utilize cameras from the neighborhoods to identify some suspects and some suspect vehicles. So really great in that everyone is putting cameras up and that we're able to utilize those cameras. So great work there. One business was burglarized, and that was along the 26,000 block of Thousand Oaks Boulevard. My station detectives are working that case right now. And then for the month of April, we did have 14 larceny thefts. That consisted of 3 grand thefts, 3 vehicle burglaries, 3 from unlocked vehicles, and then 5 petty thefts. 2 of those petty thefts occurred along Mulholland Highway, and then 3 unlocked vehicles. Again, those were along the apartment complexes on Thousand Oaks Boulevard. And then the 3 vehicles that were burglarized were, again, in the complex of Las Virgenes Road. That concludes my report for March and April. Do you guys have any questions?
I just missed something you said.
Yes.
Did you say that all 3 residential burglaries were in the same area?
There was 2 residentials in the month of April. One was along Park Miramar, one was along Las Virgenes, and then the business burglary was along Thousand Oaks Boulevard.
I thought there were 3 residential in,
There was 3 in the month of March, excuse me.
Okay.
There was 3. There was one along Roymar, and then 2 that were along the park streets.
oh, okay, I missed that
Sorry, maybe
part.
I may have misspoke on that.
Okay, all right. Why don't we start with Alicia?
Thank you so much for the report. I'm hoping that at a future meeting, we could get an update on the street racing in the community. It's an ongoing issue that seems to have not changed over the years, and I hear about it. I hear it personally, and I hear about it from residents all the time on Mulholland and Valmar and Old Topanga. Weeknights and especially on the weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. I mean, it is just a free-for-all. And added to that now are the e-bike users doing wheelies in the middle of the street. I mean, I've said it publicly for so long, but someone is going to get killed on these streets with this dangerous behavior, and I'm hoping we can just get more of a law enforcement presence to help with it.
Yes, ma'am, absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
Peter?
Yeah, thank you for your report. I do want to point out some good news for the public, which is that according to your report, the year percent change for this year and even for the 5-year is substantially down in almost every category. So, great news for the Lost Hills Sheriff's Department for the work that you're doing. There are a couple of exceptions. Grand theft auto seems to be obviously high up there. Are you finding any progress in tracking these vehicles down? Are they newer vehicles with GPS, or could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, a lot of these are, from what I've seen, they're rental vehicles. So there is something there, whether they're, just being brought into the area and then being taken. We have noticed that as well. We've contacted our trap unit, which is essentially our undercover unit for those vehicle thefts, and they're aware of it. So we are doing some operations, and based off of these, based off of the information and the data that we're collecting on this. So they are working on several operations in regards to that.
Okay, great, thank you. And of course, the other big change is unlocked vehicles, and I think I know what your advice is for stopping that crime.
Yeah, lock your car.
Okay,
Yeah.
appreciate that.
yeah.
One last question for you, if you would. I was looking through the motor vehicle items, and I don't see anything there associated with e-bikes. Was looking for hopefully driving without a license or some other thing that might point back to some enforcement actions there. Have there been any enforcement actions with the e-bikes? Have you had any small measure of success?
So right now, no. The short answer is no, but my traffic, I was actually just coming from a meeting with one of our traffic detectives, and we're actually meeting with California Highway Patrol to team up, and they're actually coming up with some new and innovative ways to deal with it. Our traffic sergeant over at the station is working on some things as well. So you can expect to see some enforcement on that. That kind of couples with the street racing as well and the e-bike that's happening. And we're seeing where the data is showing and where it is and the times of everything, which they are working on something that I can't speak too much about, but yeah, it is definitely something that's going to be happening in the near future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ed?
Thank you, Mayor. Peter and Alicia, you took the words out of my mouth. Right on top of my list was e-bikes, and, you know, just having a column in here dedicated to it, even if it's zero, at least it's there, and we can watch the progress on it. Even if it's a citation, you know, this is a good thing. So I think you'll hear us constantly ask you about that e-bike situation when you make your presentation. And I'm also happily surprised about what's developed with flock cameras. It's just wonderful to be able to know that the beginning of it, when we were looking into it, it was a good opportunity to have a bullhorn, and if something happens, send out the troops, you know, put the sirens on and go look for that guy or that woman. But it's matured. It's matured into litigation and be able to prosecute. It's matured into identifying exactly what type of person it is in the vehicle and what they've been involved in. So yeah, there are times you might have to go out there quick and look for somebody, and it could be a shopping center, or it would be residential, wherever that vehicle has a history of being in. So I'm glad maybe we had a report with the camera also. That might be a good idea. Or maybe you don't want to mention the camera because it's something that, either way, it's going to help. Because the cameras, people know about it, they're going to stay away. And if we do have it, we know what the pattern is.
Absolutely. I mean, I could speak to even as early as yesterday, we had a stolen vehicle that was driving westbound along Calabasas Road. And when it was first picked up as it entered the city, by the time it got to Parkway Calabasas, I was already able to have a deputy behind that vehicle. We were able to contact that vehicle and locate that stolen vehicle. I mean, within that stretch is, you know, less than a mile. So the fact that the deputies were able to have that system up in place running and in real time be able to make that contact and that arrest was fantastic. So it definitely goes to show that those cameras are in place, they are working, and that it is a fantastic asset for the deputies.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
David?
Thank you, and that's fantastic news. Anything we can do, obviously, to help make your jobs easier as well and keep our community safe is great. You already spoke about the e-bikes, and one other item that's come up to me, we've all received comments and complaints about e-bikes and racing, I'm almost certain. I've gotten some lately in the last months about a new trend of younger kids usually coming and banging on or kicking doors in the community as a prank. But with everything going on in the world and in the valley and all the crime, I'm worried that someone doing a prank like that is going to meet with something that could have dire consequence. And just wondering what you might recommend other than have kids not do it or have parents tell their kids not to do it, but what you might recommend to the community to help with regard to that item.
Yeah, so in regards to that, right, to keep it at a very simple form is, you know, don't necessarily engage when someone's pounding at your door, right? Call 911 immediately, right? Don't look to engage with that person because you never know what it could be, right? It could be a child, it could be someone, you know, on the brink of a home invasion type burglary. So calling 911 immediately, right? I have seen in my time here that a lot of the residents tend to call the security companies first, right? And there's a time lapse in that from when they get that information to us. That's critical time. So if you feel that it's a crime or you feel that something's going wrong, 911 is usually the best bet to call on something like that. And then, you know, if you're able to look outside, look out your windows, use your cameras to try to identify who these people are before making contact with that would help to.
Great, thank you. And last question, I do this every year, school's out, or it's about to be out for everyone. Recommendations for additional safety tips for everybody through the summer that you might give?
Yeah, so safety tips for them is obviously going to be, right, if they're out there riding bikes, please wear their helmets, right? We've had numerous accidents where kids aren't riding helmets and they're hanging their helmets on the handlebars as they're riding, right? So wear your helmets, ride safely, obey all rules and regulations in regards to that. And then with summer coming, a lot of people are taking those summer breaks and summer vacations. Please lock your doors, right? Don't post on social media while you're on that vacation. We had an incident where, not in the city, but we had an incident where someone was posting and we were able to, a crime crew was able to come in based off of those pictures that they had posted online and try to burglarize them. But again, with the help of an outside agency notifying us of this, and then our deputies acting quickly, we were able to get our Major Crimes Bureau involved and actually able to watch these people attempt to make that crime, and we were able to capture them and arrest them in that act. So don't post on social media while, your trip, while it is a great trip, post after.
Thank you very much. Thank everyone for helping keep our community safe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the report, Deputy
Thank you,
Sikolitis. This requires no further action, so we'll move on to item number 4, which is a fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. I would ask staff that when you're referring to specific budget items, because we have a whole volume here in front of us, if you could give pages, if it's relevant to the discussion, that would be very helpful. Who's going to start? Okay, we'll turn to our city manager for the beginning of this.
Mayor, thank you for a few minutes just before we turn the presentation over to Ron and to Allison. And first of all, I want to thank our departments and our finance department especially for creating this new budget. And when I say new budget, we've transitioned to Tyler Technologies, and so you see a new format. It's a very comprehensive style or format. It allows us to do so much more. And we're excited to implement this. So this is our first annual budget using this new document. Also want to give a special thank you to our Budget Standing Committee. We met 3 times with the Budget Standing Committee in public meetings. We had anywhere from 4 to 10 members of the public at the different meetings, depending on the meeting that was held. Wonderful comments and input from those individuals. And so it was a great time to work with our Budget Standing Committee. And so the document that you have before you tonight, and that we'll really spend some time on through this budget study session, is a working document. It went through several drafts informally through staff with the departments, department directors and myself and the finance team, then to our Budget Standing Committee, vetted through the 2 of them and with public input, and then back and forth. So what you see tonight is a recommended budget for fiscal year 26-27 based on all of that input. I do also want to point out, council members and to the public, what you have in front of you is a very lean budget. We do not take into account any Measure K funds in this budget. Measure K will be implemented in August, or probably around October 1st, and the city will not start seeing revenues from Measure K until about the beginning of the new year, so January 1st of 2027. So with that, what you see is not only, I would say, less than a status quo budget, this is actually a reduced budget. We've reduced some programs, we've reduced some costs, we've reduced significantly our employee count through the 2-year service credit, factoring in almost a 10% reduction in our staffing. And so what you see is a very lean budget. We will come back in the future with an expenditure plan for Measure K. And with that, and once that is approved by the council, we'll come back with a budget amendment to be able to incorporate Measure K into the budget. But again, looking at probably only 6 months of revenues for Measure K beginning in January, and so very little action will be done or be focusing on Measure K for this fiscal year. So with that, council members, I'd like to turn the time over to Ron and Allison. We'll go very high level on the budget and looking at general fund and then some of the specific funds, including Tennyson Swim Center, library, and the community center. And then we'll also spend some time on the overall budget and our capital improvement plan. We want this to be your discussion, so feel free to interrupt at any time during the presentation. And we're happy to go through specific budgets department-wise as you'd like, or stick with high-level questions as well. So we're at your pleasure at this time, so thank you.
Thank you, Kendon. City Council, tonight we have our city manager recommended budget for 2026, 2027. As Kindon mentioned, we implemented a new financial system last September. So this is our first go-around with the budget module. And with that, you see a much different format. It is not only a landscape, but you have a lot more information, a lot more detail that's in the printed budget, not only for the city council, but for all of the citizens and for staff as well. I'll just go quickly through what the new budget document actually looks like. You see here, it's landscape, and if we'll read left to right up at the top. So our first department is the city clerk. I chose this because the city clerk budget is limited to one page, so we can see all the information here. We have 2 years worth of actual activity, so that's the 23-24 and the 24-25 columns that you see in the middle of the page. Then you see our current year budget, which is 25-26. Our year-to-date activity for 25-26. The activity here is showing 9 months of actual. In this case, on this page, these are actual expenses in this column. And then our current year estimate for 25-26, and then next year's recommended budget. It says CM recommended, that stands for City Manager Recommended. In the prior column, CY stands for current year. As you go down the page, you'll see numbers, and they're in blue and underlined. This is the actual account string. And then next to it, to the right, is the actual account description. I'll direct our eyes down to the middle of the page where it says contractual services. And you'll see there a number of lines underneath there. There's the detail of all the contracts that the city clerk employs and their estimate for next year. And in this case, you're seeing the actual vendor of that. So that's anywhere from NetFile to DocuSign to Civic Plus, and you see the dollar amount detailed there. So this is a lot different from prior years where we didn't have this detail, especially by department. And so this is one of the nice added features of being with this new financial software, as Kindon mentioned. Down at the bottom of the page, we have the total for the city clerk budget listed there for you and in bold on the very last line. So just a quick primer. This is our new budget and the format. On next slide we have
And
is...
Ron, if I could, before you go on, we went over this one as just an example. Again, we're not going through each budget by department, but we wanted to give an example of, by one sheet, of what we can now include in the budget. And what we've heard from the public, what we heard from council in different meetings is more transparency on the contracts, and so that's why each of the contracts are listed there per department. And then more transparency on travel and training. So we now list every conference or training that a department might be attending and the cost with that. And so we can dial it into each of those details. Again, we won't spend time on each of those. It was just to give an example of what that new budget document looks like.
Thank you. Next slide is our general fund highlights. I'll reiterate, we have no Measure K funds in this budget at all. Those will be developed with an expenditure plan, probably starting in August or September when we come back to City Council to start that process. As it has been mentioned, we will not receive our first dollar till probably January of 2027. We are in the process of implementing Measure K with the state and hoping to have that implemented October 1. Back to our general fund highlights. These are just some things that are notable in this next year's general fund. One is a transfer to the community center. It is increasing to this $1.2 million. You will see that as a transfer in or a revenue source for the community center when we talk about that budget. That is from the general fund. Transfer to our deferred maintenance fund. We've had this fund for, I think this is year 3, and we've done ad hoc transfers into this fund. Now we're incorporating it as part of our operations each year. So this is $750,000. Realize that we are ramping up on this particular transfer. It will increase to well over $1 million, which is what is required every year as a contribution by the general fund. But this is a starting figure. Same way with the transfer to the Section 115 trust. This is a starting figure of $500,000. It will increase every year, if you recall our 10-year plan. So this is the starting number. Our Section 115 trust sets aside monies for 2 items in the future. One is our pension unfunded liability, and the other unfunded liability is for our retiree medical. So this is a set aside. If you will, both of these numbers, the 750 and the 500, are moving money into reserves. One is a reserve for future capital investment, capital projects, and the other is a reserve for future increased cost in our pension and in our retiree medical. The third item is $125,000, and the idea here is that a creation of a grant program, and this takes the place of our annual contribution to outside organizations, whether they be the PFCs, which we have this last year we contributed $125,000 to, and some other organizations, whether it be Rotary or so forth. Those will be incorporated in the future. But this is a grant program that we can talk about later. Kindon also mentioned that we have no general fund projects, no general fund capital projects budgeted for next year. So just wanted to reiterate, no investment in general fund capital. And then our full-time employee, the COLA, is earmarked for 3.54%. That is about $264,000 in the general fund and $384,000 citywide. And then our reduction for our retirement incentive. So this is a reduction in staff cost of $1,350,000. And this assumes 6 employees from the general fund retiring. We currently have 2 members of our staff that have actually retired, so they are no longer on the payroll and they have left the organization. We have received, I believe, 3 letters of notice of retirement from other employees, and we're estimating 2 more. So there's our retirement incentive program as it currently stands today. Next item is our general fund revenues. I won't go individually over these. We've covered these a lot in years past. Notice on the last line, at the last row at the bottom, total general fund revenue, the last 2 years of actuals, we were at $29,195,000. 2 years ago, last year at $31,481,000. This year, which is under the revised estimate for 25-26 column, we're looking at $31.1 million, and then next year's estimate is $31.7 million. I can go through a little bit on the pie charts for the general fund revenues, or answer any questions as you may have them. Council knows that we receive our largest source of revenue from sales tax, and you receive an email every quarter detailing where we get those monies from the different vendors. We have a top 25 list. No surprise, our car dealerships are in the top 25. There are grocery stores in the top 25, gas station in the top 25. But sales tax is our largest revenue source by far. It is more volatile and subject to the whims of the economy. We've had our last quarter that we have received was a little bit of a decrease from a year ago. The prior 5 quarters to that were all decent increases, actually. So it'll be interesting to see what will be the next quarter. This last quarter, the downturn was due to the war with Iran And I think just the suddenness of it, and then the suddenness of the increase in gas prices. And so I believe a lot of people just kind of hunkered down for a little bit just to see what is going on. So they reduce their, I'll call it their wish list spending, and their, non-primary spending, whether that be on vehicles or other luxury items, or what have you. So that's the decrease for this last quarter. Property tax is a huge factor for the city, as you see there, 5 million. That is way more stable than sales tax. That generally goes up almost 3% a year, could be above 3% due to Prop 13, guarantee of 2% a year. And then you see our other revenue sources, whether they be utility users tax or building fees. All those have been estimated for next year, generally with somewhat of an increase. Some are decreases. Our utility users tax for phone service is a decrease, and we all know this. The younger generation, they do not have landlines. That's just a given. And they are now not using cable TV. And so those are part of our UUT, and so those revenues are decreasing, and they're doing streaming services, which does not have a UUT attached to them, okay? So just different makeups of different revenues, and you'll see that in the detail in the budget book of increases and decreases. With expenses, I'll go over just a few of the increases in the expenses for the general fund, whether that be an ongoing expense or some additional costs. The first one is, as I mentioned before, we have our transfer to the deferred maintenance of $750,000. That is new. Our transfer to the community center, increasing to $1.2 million, so that increases that $545,000 that you see on the far right. We had roughly $700,000 this current year, so this is the increase of $545,000. Transfer to the Section 115 trust, new item, $500,000 for next year. CJPIA, so this is our insurance cost for general liability, workers' comp, property insurance, our crime insurance. That is $400,000 increase for next year. We didn't do anything. We didn't add any properties. We did not add any buildings. We have not added to our staff. This is just the insurance market that we are facing, and so the increase is $400,000. Sheriff contract, same thing. We did not increase any services. We did not purchase extra time for patrol or detectives or any sheriff deputies. This is just the increase in cost from Los Angeles County of the $365,000. As I mentioned before, we have our cost of living adjustment for our staff of $264,000. Our unfunded liability for pensions, which is this CalPERS line item, is going up by a little over $100,000. And then medical insurance, which we still do not know. We have estimated a $70,000 increase. We will have our first clue next Tuesday by the CalPERS board when they release the data for next year. And that'll be our first clue. They will not finalize that number until July. So this is our estimate as of today. We'll have a better idea on Tuesday on what it's going to be. But this is roughly a 10% increase in cost, which last year was an underestimate. The year before was an overestimate. So we continue to estimate 10%. And then our big negative is the retirement incentive on the bottom of the page. So those are general fund highlights. Here's our expenses in a pie chart. Roughly half of our expenses are staffing and sheriff. So our salaries, our benefits, whether that be retirement, medical insurance, dental insurance, long-term disability, and a variety of other smaller benefits. It's staffing and police that are basically half of the budget. And then contractual services, which we talked about briefly already, and so forth with our insurance. I'll focus a little bit on that goldenrod color. That's our other expense. It's 5.8 million, as you see there. We broke that 5.8 million out a little further, and that's this next slide. So this next slide is, the 5.8 million dollars for this total pie piece. And you can see there the breaking it out between transfers to deferred, transfers to community development of $1.2 million, our utility cost of $683,000, that's down near the bottom, and then all the other variety of that 5.8 million and what it's broken down to. So with that, our general fund, some other highlights in case people are wondering, because it's a brand new budget book and it looks a lot different. So I highlighted some things. Our salaries and benefits are listed on page 42 of this budget book, because sometimes people have a hard time finding that, and again, it's a brand new budget book. So page 42 has our salary and benefits. Realize that we will begin breaking that out for next fiscal year. We've received that comment not only from council, but from the public and from department heads. So next fiscal year, the salary and benefits will be broken out by department. So you'll be able to go to city clerk, for example, and see what the salary and benefits cost is for that department, along with finance, public works, community services, and all of their sections, whether that be code enforcement or building and safety within community development. Parks has a lot of different sections as well. So you'll see the salary and benefits cost distributed. We could not necessarily distribute it this year with the first year and trying to keep continuity with what we've done in the past. Other notable pages, page 43 has our non-departmental expenses, so our transfers out for debt service, which is the 2015 COP, our insurance costs, our transfers to the 115 and deferred maintenance, and then our sheriff's contract is on page 47. So just more highlights on the new budget and the general fund and what's going on. Our general fund overview here. Again, we have our last 2 years. 2 years ago, you'll see our revenues at 29 million, our expenses as 31, our deficit of 1.8. I'll remind council that we had our big first transfer to our Section 115 trust in this year of 2.5 million. So that's why we had the negative 1.5. We basically took the money out of here and shoved it into reserves. If we did not do that transfer, we would have had about a $700,000 surplus. So our operations showed a surplus, but we took a lot of money and threw it into future expenses for our pension and our retiree medical to kickstart that. 1 year ago, we had a surplus of $969,000. Again, the surplus is mainly due to sales tax came in higher than what we had estimated, but we are never fully staffed every year. While we budget fully staffed, we always have turnover where people are leaving, either retiring or going to another government agency or going to the private sector. They're leaving the organization, so this reflects cost savings among staff just because we're never 100% staffed for all 12 months of the year. Our current year, you see our budget, we started off at $130,000 as a negative. We're looking to be about $500,000 under for this year as a deficit. And then next year, we have an estimate of about $721,000 as a deficit for next year. This will go down by about $100,000. We're looking to reduce our transfer to the Community Development Fund, which we'll talk about in a few minutes, by about $100,000 due to increased revenues in that fund. So this will be at $600,000 and change, barring other changes that we do and then come forward to council. So with that, if you would like, we can talk about the general fund before we go into the other funds, or if you would like, Mayor and Council, we can finish the presentation and then talk about the entire budget in total.
I'd like to finish because we have public comment.
Yep, will do. I will turn over the remainder of the presentation to Allison Chen. Oh, sorry, I forgot my reserve. My bad. Thank you, Allison. Last slide on the general fund. Council has adopted a resolution which specifically states that we will set aside 50% of our expenditures as a reserve that we generally don't touch. So our current reserve balance estimated for July 1, 2026 is slightly over 20 million. With the budget as presented this evening, 50% of that expense is the 16.226 as listed here. So we have reserves greater than our required reserve of 50% at $3.8 million. So if you want to think of it, there's 3.8 million of excess reserves that can be used for capital projects or other purposes, or as in this case, we have an estimated deficit of 721,000. It could be used to offset that deficit, but we do have excess reserves above our required minimum of 50% set by council policy. So with that, I will turn it over to Allison Chen, our accounting supervisor.
Good evening. So moving on to other major funds, the first one is community center. As you may recall, the community center reopened in 2024, and it's a large facility that operating 7 days a week, approximately 100 hours a week, and that level of the activity is reflecting about 2 million in annual spending. It's also noting that in the earlier years after the reopening, expenditure normally trend higher as programs and servers are ramping up. For the upcoming fiscal year 26-27, we are projecting community center to have a slight surplus about $3,000. That's mainly because of 1.2 million transfer from general fund that Kinden and Ron previously mentioned. General fund support for community center is it's very common. It's kind of like the standard practice with other cities as well. And I also want to, like Kinden and Ron previously mentioned, as we refine our projection with the additional months of receipt, we do anticipate increase community center revenue by about 100,000. So that will reduce the transfer from general fund from 1.2 to 1.1 million. And the new update amount will be included in the next meeting for the budget adoption. Next is tennis and swim center. So similar to community center, the fund has historically operate at a deficit. However, for the upcoming fiscal year, we do project a surplus of 389,000, and this is primarily driven from the increase to the revenue because the recent adopted new fee structure. And the other thing I want to point is the total expenditure. If you look at the upcoming fiscal year, is approximately $1 million increase compared to the current fiscal year. And this is mainly attributed to the two critical capital projects, an electronic panel upgrade for 600,000 and a water line main line replacement for 500,000. And they both are essential projects to keep the facility operate safely and reliably. Turning on to the library fund. So library fund is primarily funded through the property tax, and so it has a very stable revenue base. You can see the revenue has been fairly consistent in the past few years. For the upcoming fiscal year, we projected 2.8 million of total revenue with a 3.2 of total expenditure. That portion of expenditure, a big portion of that for 770,000, that's for the debt service payment, and then we will be paying that debt until the year of 2041. Slide 16 kind of gives us a consolidated picture of the citywide overview across all the city funds. The city operates about 60 funds. Beyond the funds that we have just reviewed, that also includes gas tax fund for street projects and Measure R and Measure M for the transportation programs. For 26-27, the citywide revenue it's projected to be 97 million, and the total expenditure is projected about 98 million. That kind of resulted a little deficit of 1.2 million, and that kind of reflects the city's continued investment in the critical infrastructure. Next slide, the slide 17 covers a capital improvement project, and as previously, there's a few highlights here. As previously mentioned, there's no general fund capital project recommended for the upcoming fiscal year. And for Tennyson Swim Center, there are 2 capital projects that were budgeted with the electronic panel and water main line replacement for a total of about 1.1 million. And other than these 2 projects, we do have other transportation and infrastructure projects that were funded entirely through different sources. So including gas tax revenue, RMRA, and Measure R and Measure M funds. And then all the project has its own detail page near the end of the budget book for the reference. So the next slide, finally. So the slide 18 kind of gives us a look at what comes next in the budget adoption process. The next meeting is scheduled to be on June 24 for budget adoption. And on that evening, the council will be asked to take action also on a few other items. The first will be salary resolution that will formally adopt the full-time employees' cost of living adjustment. The second will be citywide fees resolution that will establish the city's update fee schedule for the upcoming fiscal year. And the last one will be the appropriation limit, that also known as GAN initiatives, which will set the constitution limit on the amount of tax proceeds that city can appropriate. So now it concludes our presentation, and we are happy to take any questions.
Okay, I have one speaker card. So if anyone else wishes to speak, please fill out a card. One card is from Richard Sherman. Name and city of residence, please, for all speakers.
Yeah, hi, I'm Richard Sherman, a longtime resident of Calabasas. As some of you know, along with many others, I work to support and promote Measure K with the hope that it would eventually generate an additional $5 million or more in revenue to help ensure that Calabasas remains a first-class city. One point I frequently shared with residents was that the city was doing everything it could to tighten its fiscal belt, and that message seemed to resonate with voters. And Kindon actually mentioned some of that earlier this evening. Rather than talk about anything specific, I just encourage council and staff to continue to reduce costs where possible and to increase revenues as much as possible so that the red ink that is scattered throughout dissipates very quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Have no other cards, so I'm going to turn to the council. Peter, questions and comments? Well, actually, let's go to the Budget Committee first, so you're going to go first anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to do that. Peter was on the Budget Committee.
First, I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem Albrecht for serving on the Budget Committee with me, and I also want to thank Councilmember Shapiro for all of his efforts on the Budget Committee in the years prior. I do want to make a few comments. Obviously, I don't have a lot of questions because I've been sitting in the meetings for the last couple of months here, so I have an advantage over some of my council members. But I do have some comments, and I want to highlight a couple things. First of all, to what Mr. Sherman mentioned here, when we sat down to do this budget, we said it doesn't matter if Measure K passes or not, we're going to balance this budget. We're going to figure out how to do that. And after Measure K passed, we still had another budget meeting, and we decided we're still going to balance the budget as if Measure K didn't apply. We'll deal with Measure K money when it comes in. Our job was to balance the budget today. And we've done a fairly good job of that. There is a negative number of about 700,000, but I want to point out that there's $1.2 million being transferred out of the general fund into a savings. That money is being put aside for a couple of specific purposes. $750,000 towards deferred maintenance, and another $500,000 to our Section 115 trust. So the reason our budget has a negative 700,000, a red number at the end, is because we're saving too much money. We're putting it away for the future. That's something that was started with the Budget Committee. Well, Councilmember Shapiro was serving on it, and we've been vigilant about that, is we will not get caught again in this city with capital improvements, necessary repairs to our facility, and no money saved to handle it. We can anticipate, I promise you this, if we put in new air conditioning units today, in 30 years, we're going to need to replace them again. And that's just the fact of what buildings and maintaining a city is all about. And we've embraced that reality, and so we are putting money away. So please, don't let that little red number of 700,000 scare you. Another thing to point out is that our reserves have to be 50% of our general fund, and as was pointed out, we have $3.8 million above those reserves in our bank account right now. So even if we took the $700,000 out of that current bank account to balance this budget, we still have over $3 million in addition to our 50% reserves in the bank account, making us more than compliant with our 50% resolution. And we're putting $1.2 million away for what we know will be future expenses. And planning for the future is something that this city has been doing very well in the last 4 or 5 years. And as long as I'm here, that's going to be one of the things I'm going to champion the loudest. A couple of other things have been mentioned. What have we been doing? Our council knows that we passed a resolution to offer a 2-year retirement credit to anybody who wanted to take that, to anybody who qualified for it. As a result, we're looking at a 10% savings in salaries right now, salaries and benefits. 10% of our workforce, 7 out of 70 people, are anticipated to take this by the time this deal is done. And so the council has made a number of good, solid steps towards conserving how much money we spend. When it comes down to the budget, you know, we started off 2 months ago with, Ron, I need you to look at printing and office supplies. And he rolled his eyes at me. But you know what? Here was an item where we don't print as much as we used to, and we don't use as many office supplies. Why? Because we're on our phones, right? We're on our computers. So we took a look at those numbers, and we're able to whittle them down a little bit. I know that sounds silly. These are $500 or $5,000 line items for each department. But we really did take a hard look at those numbers. We are looking forward to next year seeing all of the salaries measured by department. That'll really help us get a handle on where our labor is going, which has been pointed out is our single largest line item. We've had some progress in that in this current format, thanks to the new software, which of course cost us money last year. But with the new software and the implementation of it, for example, if you look at page 96, you'll see that the hourly salaries in many cases have already been moved over to the departments. So those, not the full-time salaries, but the part-time salaries, some of those have already been migrated over. And by next year, we're going to be able to see all of those salaries. So big steps forward in transparency. Really appreciate the hard work by the staff and certainly appreciate the work that they're going to have to put in the coming year to move the rest of those over there. The last thing I'll mention before I turn this over to Councilmember Albrecht would be the grant. And that was, we looked at, there's so many places that we talk about each year where we're donating money to other causes and very worthy causes, whether it's the Rotary Club Neighbors in Need, whether it's Something Yellow, the Calabasas Film Festival, or our parent faculty clubs. These are all great organizations that need our support, and they should have our support. But one of the things that we don't always get is some documentation as to where our money is going. So we did discuss at the Budget Committee that a grant program is something that many cities have already embraced. Instead of putting line items in the budget, is create a program where any organization can apply for and ask for money and show their reasoning, their need, their justification for it, so that we can evaluate it and help others out on an as-needed basis, as opposed to just having it de facto in our budget and giving it away every year. We thought that was a great idea. Two programs in particular, the Film Festival and Something Yellow, have already got their events planned. We're obviously going to support them this year, so those are still in the budget in addition to the 125 grant. And moving into next year, we'll start taking a look at these across the entire city. That would be our recommendation. It's been a privilege to serve on the Budget Committee, and I want to, at this point, turn it over to my colleague, Mayor Pro Tem Albrecht.
Thank you, Peter. And it was a great experience for me working with you. I really appreciated it. Your insights on this, having done this before, it was very, very helpful to me to feel comfortable doing this. I deal with numbers, but this is a little different. And I want to thank Ron and your staff, Allison, everybody. It was really, you made it easier for us to identify what we needed to do. And that was very, very helpful. I know you put a lot of work into it. Peter mentioned how we felt about spending without considering Measure K. We really had the approach that we had our back up against the wall, and we want to consider that approach every time we do the budget. It's not going to change. When Measure K brings revenue into the city, we'll have a conversation with council and how we're going to approach that in the future. But we're going to act as if it's not here. And I think we did the best we could possibly do under all circumstances. We do have that extra $3 million that was a cushion in there, but we behaved if we didn't even know it existed. It's very interesting going through a book this thick and starting from the beginning. It's a long ways to go to the end. And, but as you start going through it, we discovered, all of us and the public that was involved, to interrupt as we move forward. Each area that really came to light, it really shined like a flashlight on each one. Why do we need this? Why was that so expensive? We did not rush this process, so we went through every single page. And I think very happy the way it worked out. I think having this dark cloud above us certainly helped us squeeze every bit out of the water out of the sponge. And the dark cloud I'm referring to is if Measure K didn't pass. And I think we had that in our mind that it might not, but either way, we got to act as if it didn't. And also, I want to make a comment about the grant. This was really an outgrowth of, during our conversations with the public, with Peter and I, It's a message to the community that we're very sensitive about what needs prevail, and not to make a line item into something. This way we can delegate as needed, and I think it's a much more sensitive approach to all of them, whether it's a nonprofit or otherwise, that will come to us. They'll have to fill out a request form, and we may be developing some criteria for the future, but all in all, glad this is done, and every little bit did count. And when you add it up at the end of the day, I think we did as good as we could. We were looking for dirt. I always use that expression. And we found every bit that we could. And happy to report that we're also going to be creating a Citizens Oversight Committee. So this is all transparent. We want people to know where the money is going, how it's being spent. The new software, Ron, is amazing, because when you compare it to the old and look to the new, especially if you're on the computer and you can bounce it, open it up right down to every line item that was spent, I think we'll be right on top of it. And we'll only get better and better as we get better with the software and the public gets involved and the oversight committee, and work on this probably a little earlier than later. But thank you again for your support, and happy to be on it and continue next year.
Thank you both. We'll move on to David.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to thank the committee, of course, Peter and Ed, for all your hard work. And I know what it is. It is hard work, and it's a long process. And thank Ron and staff and Kindon for putting this all together, and all the hard work it presented. I mean, this is definitely a lot to go through. So, and it's a lot difficult decisions. And I have carefully gone through this myself, and while I appreciate a lot of what has been done and so many of the recommendations, I do have concerns about some of the other recommendations, and I want to raise those if I can. I just clarifying for the public and for us, none of this presented today relates to funds for Measure K, and I'm looking to Ron and Kindon for verification. This has nothing to do with Measure K, this budget tonight that we are considering.
That's correct. No Measure K funds are factored into this budget.
Right, and as has been mentioned, that we're planning on having, it was part of the requirement, an oversight committee, and we're going to be spending a lot of time in public communication going over what will happen to those funds, and we'll have a recommendation again from the budget committee and so on. So I'm looking forward to that. That's more work, right? More. I want us, in my mind, and this is what I do and have been doing, is I join my colleagues carefully scrutinizing the budget. I don't want us ever, or the city to ever be in a position, hopefully, that we have to go out for another measure. So I want to be careful, and that's been mentioned. You've done that. We've been reducing. We've reduced staff. We found cost-cutting opportunities. But I guess I'm looking a little further. I want to also mention, I appreciate the detail per each department, and in the new program, it makes it a lot easier to read and go through. Still not easy, but it really does make it a better way to go through it. I do have questions from the report, but I guess I'll come back to those after comments.
After what?
My comments, or do you want
The whole
questions
thing.
now?
Just take the whole thing.
Okay. Let me just ask, on the report, let me make sure. You mentioned Ron, this was you, Deferred Maintenance Fund and the 115 Liability Trust Fund, pension and retiree medical will increase every year. Is that based upon a set number that is being recommended, or a percentage, or how is that set to, because I only saw this year?
Yes, if you recall, we reviewed the 10-year projection, and in that 10-year projection, we had both of these numbers increasing for about the next 4 years or so, and then flat, staying at that increased value. And we'll be redoing that 10-year projection and reviewing it as we go forward.
Okay. And
So
again,
that-
I'm sorry, cut you off, go ahead.
No, go.
I was going to say, this is something was discussed years ago, started, and is certainly a very important item. I do support that. I want to make sure the numbers are right and that we're not in a situation where we're looking at 1.2 million or 2 million total, let's say, and it's a tough year for the city. We would need, I would hope the council would be able to relook at that and rethink it as each year comes up. I know no landlines, although cell phones still are expensive, but I appreciate that in the report. Just one comment, and this is myself personally and council when we vote on it. The reserves that were at a minimum cap at 50%. That was the vote of this council. It wasn't to get to 50. It wasn't to use the funds till 50. The reserves for the city were used and are there for an emergency purpose if we ever need them. We hope we never do. But we used to be well above 70, 75% or more. So when I supported and we discussed, and that was at a minimum, not to get down to that number right now in my mind. So I'm not jumping to do that. Doesn't mean some of these numbers or some of those funds aren't necessary. I understand that. I'm certainly going to listen to my colleagues as well. But I just want to be clear that the 50% was a bottom line, not a number we needed to get to, in my opinion. I'll ask specifics about each department. I appreciated the reports. The library looks like, and that's the 400,000 as you indicated in the report, was mostly for debt service for the loans on the that's the portion for the Civic Center, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And again, it would be nice if we could find a way to generate more funds. I know the library has their own budget, and their own commission, and they do most of that, but I know we had a funding source previously, so maybe we can find a way to do something for the future for the library that would help sustain the library so it doesn't keep going into the red as it looks like. Tennis and Swim Center, congratulations again. The surveys, the work, the community, the increasing of the fees were appropriate, and the two projects upcoming running extremely well, so congratulations to Erica. I see her back there, and staff and everyone on that. The community center I'll come back to in a little bit. And on the page 16 of your report, you talked about the city being in the red, 1.2 million, if I'm correct, or 1.2 is the number I wrote down. Could you explain what you meant by that, just clearly for the community?
So this is our total city budget. And so we do have all of our capital investments that are in there. So it includes, for example, about 750, 800,000 that we do our annual street project is in there. Our $500,000 or thereabouts in our RMRA, again, for street projects. Our Measure R&M for Mulholland and other projects throughout the city. So that's where that negative 1.2 million is actually being from. It's an investment in our capital infrastructure throughout the city. And realize that there are grant funds that are in here and so forth. So this is, really all this is a summation of all 60 funds. And this is how it has the positives and the negatives from each fund and how it flows through the city.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to go to the discussion, which starts in the report on page, well, 80, it says 82 in the report provided tonight to us, not the budget summary or detail. And I'll start with the item referred to here, and I'm looking for the number, but it's the general fund transfer, which you discussed, of the community center transfer of $1.2 million. We took over, just a few comments here from me. We took over the community center, which is fantastic. I'm thrilled as a city we were able to do that. I know many of us worked years and years on that when it was a joint powers authority. James from the beginning. I was shortly after. And in order to take it over, we used grant funds and some general funds and also to fix or repair the roof and a few other things, quite a few, the court, about $2 million plus to get to that point, if I remember, just verifying with you.
Yes, over
Okay.
2 million.
And we took it over not to make money because it is a park in our city. It's part of our community. I know, and it never was, but to run it as efficiently as possible, in my mind, for the community. And in this one, before I would be wanting to transfer the 1.2, and I realize that's only another 500,000 from what we already have or planned in the budget. I would like to see, because I am not, and I look here to get detail, but I probably was not as good as the budget committee or yourselves, to see some breakdown of programs and revenue streams, meaning it used to be simple. We probably had a lot less programs. I know we did. We have many more programs now. But we knew what made money. We knew how much it made. We knew what lost money. In this case, there's also, I'd like to see something in detail on rentals for that property, for the rooms, for the property itself, see what the profit margin is for both of those things. So for example, many, many years ago, when we were on the board there, the biggest funding item at that point were the basketball leagues and the weekend camps, whether it was Lakers, Clippers, UCLA, USC, the Sparks, the women's, the Globetrotters, whatever it was. Those were the big money makers. Everything else really was for the community and was not. Since we have increased, I know we have pickleball, I know we have volleyball, we have a lot of opportunity there for the community, a lot of events, and we have great new equipment, and we've upgraded the rooms for workouts. I'd like to see what those numbers are and where we are doing well, where we're not doing well. It's obvious it takes a lot to run this community center, and there's also the opportunity, I know we discussed for many, many years, more recently here, naming rights for the rooms, opportunities to have a financial benefit for the community center that wouldn't then require us to use general funds to support it to this level each year. That's what I'd like to see. Facility is fantastic. It looks great. It needs to not necessarily make a profit or even close, but semi-close would be nice. It would be nice if there was some balance there where we knew each year council was, or the city was going to be funding it to X dollars. And it's just a concern for me at this point. So what brings in revenue? What costs the most? Are there programs that, while they're wonderful, 10 people go to and we lose a lot of money because we have to staff it and insure and so forth? So that's something I'd definitely like to see more detail. And I would have thought that would be a great place, and I'd recommend that it would go to the Park Recreation Education Commission to review and make recommendations on how we can best utilize one of the biggest and best assets in the city going forward, and how we might best be smart going forward on how to capitalize on those things that could bring in revenue. That makes sense. It's for the community. It's always been for the community, but it would be nice if we at least had a handle on it, or we knew, I guess I knew, and my colleagues, what's going on there and what the best path forward is. So that's my only comment on that one. Now I'll go to the general transfer to the 115 trust is great. My questions were about, was it yearly? Is it going to increase? And the same thing with deferred maintenance. I was going to ask you, what are other cities doing? Do we know? And what are their numbers as far as those types of items? Not deferred maintenance necessarily, the 115 trust.
Yeah, so a number of other cities do contribute to their unfunded pension and their unfunded retiree medical. Some of them pay directly to CalPERS for the unfunded liability, and a number of them set aside money like the city of Calabasas does. So for example, PARS, which is the company that we use, they actually manage billions of dollars now in this Section 115 trust for a variety of cities and other government agencies throughout the state. And so we currently have, for the 115 trust, we have about $2.8 million set aside in there for the unfunded pension currently. And like I said, a number of cities, Moore Park and Glendale, where I came from, they both have these programs. I know Camarillo has it, Thousand Oaks has it. A lot of our neighbors, cities have this for the pension and the retiree medical. Each organization is different because they all offer, while they all have the unfunded pension, and that's pretty consistent, they, on the retiree medical, they're all over the place as to what types of benefits are offered for the staff on that. Some are very minimal, some are more robust.
Okay, thank you. And if you could explain to the public and all of us the benefit, the dual benefit of the 115 trust as well, please.
Sure. So the Section 115 trust allows the city to basically use reserves. It's specifically earmarked for the pension or specifically earmarked for the retiree medical. And it allows us to invest it differently than the restrictions that we currently have on our idle city funds. So it allows us to invest in mutual funds, whether that be bonds or stocks, and that's how we have invested it. We are basically using a moderate model. We are not aggressive in the stock market, and we are not conservative. We're more in the middle because we do look at this as a long-term investment where we may touch the money at certain times to withdraw it, depending on the years in the future on whatever may be required of us from PERS or the retiree medical.
Okay, thank you. And before I go on to the next one, I want to go back to the community center and just say, first of all our parks, especially in the last few years, have been upgraded, repaired, rebuilt in some cases, and they are incredible. And we do an incredible job as a city, and our community service department does a great job as well. And that is one of the highlights of our city, is our community parks, I think, and what's gone on. But I can tell you, thinking back to the community center, years ago, this council, it was a little different then, heard discussions and was about in a position, our city was about in a position to have to do something with the preschool at Creekside and the Little Learners, and recommendations or strong requests from this council came for there to be an effort, a big effort made to go out and find new individuals who wanted to join, who wanted to take part, see if some PR, some work would bring in additional funds. And within a very short time, there was a wait list. So I'm just saying, I don't know all the things being done. I'm certainly not there every day, but I am saying sometimes it's good to take a second look. That's why I mentioned the Park and Recreate free to look at it. Okay, going back to this item, the community grant program. I am understanding of this. I will say I am not in favor of it. And the reason is twofold. One, I remember going to city council meetings on Moreau Road, and James was part of the council then, if not mayor. And there was a lineup of people asking for grants and funds, and it was nice, and all of them were worthy of something, or most of them. And the council years ago decided not to do that anymore, and correct me, Mr. Mayor, if I am incorrect here, because in part it became a little too political, and the people up here were making a determination as to where funds would go to philanthropic organizations or other organizations in the city when they all arguably had worthwhile endeavors. So I think that was one of the better decisions the council made. And it is, to me, something that should stay that way so it never becomes political, depending on who's in this seat or that seat, who gets the funding. That's one thing. The second is.
Can
Yeah.
you expand on that, like so you want us to stay the status quo?
At this point, I wouldn't. I'll go
Like the
further.
Rotary Club decides?
Yeah, Neighbors in Need program, I like the fact so much that they are the ones determining that rather than
But
the
is
council.
that what you want to do with this? instead?
Yes. Yes, and I'll go a step further. To me, the film festival, as long as this council or any council supports it, and Something Yellow are events that we should have for the community, and they are community events. They're not necessarily, well, Something Yellow is philanthropic, but it's a 5K race. That's only been 2 years, if I'm correct. I looked to the boss over there. And it's growing, and it's Calabasas residents and a history. So to me, that Rotary are ones I would want to keep. I wouldn't want to have a discretion. The PFC funds, I'd want to keep the same. We cut those in half in the past year, and we've had many discussions. I'm happy with taking a look at it when they come in to make sure we are funding what we want to fund and the funds are being used as appropriate. But the 125 is the whole amount listed or suggested for the grant. So I appreciate the effort, I appreciate the idea, but I am not supportive of that part. Certainly open to some other options. Okay, I'll move on to,
Well,
Yeah.
that's what I was trying to get at. So,
Yeah.
so now that it's being kind of lumped and rearranged, how would you dismantle and go back? Are you saying 500,000 to the Rotary Club? I mean, to do? Or how-
for Neighbors in Needs?
Well, how are you, okay, well, that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what numbers we're talking about going, if we went back, what those numbers are specifically. I just don't necessarily want it to become a political decision rather than coming up with a solution up here if we need to.
I just don't, because I think with the budget, I think we're going to have to, I mean, it sounds like we need to decide this month what we're
Okay.
going to do. So what would be, like, do you want to go back totally to what we were doing before, or do you have a suggested?
For the film festival, Something Yellow, Rotary, and the school grants, although, again, I'm open to discussion, I would keep them the same, but I don't have the numbers in front of me where they were. Peter, hopefully you.
Yeah, if I can just say, what we have in the budget currently is the Something Yellow, same as last year. The Film Festival, same as last year.
Right.
The Rotary Club, they have not spent the money from last year, and as I understand it, they're not looking for additional funds this year because of that,
Okay.
which leaves only the PFA grants, which are currently budgeted at 125.
Right.
And we're recommending that that becomes a grant program. And again, particularly with the PFA and the PFC grants, we don't get the accounting that we're supposed to get with this. So this would just change the program. It wouldn't redirect any money. If the PFCs wanted to apply for this money in the next few months or whenever we get the grant program established, they could still get the exact same money next May that they're getting now. The only difference is we would be looking for them to apply for it ahead of time and let us know where it would be spent before we would authorize it. And I would just say that at this point in time, if somebody in the public wanted to get money allocated to their worthy cause, the only tool that they have is to come to a council member to get us to put it into the budget, whereas when we go to a grant program, there'll be a structured process for them to fill out an application, which I believe it'll make it less political than it is now.
I'm not clear, though. Is the PFCs, are they getting into that same community grant program? You're recommending that, and you're saying you'd like to keep that separate?
Yes, I don't want to see it with the film festival, with Something Yellow, with Rotary. Then you have 125 for all of this, plus more, as I understand the committee's recommendation, right?
Yeah, currently Something Yellow and Film Festival for this coming fiscal year are fully funded like they were before. And when we look at the following year's budget,
Right.
we can increase the 125 if they're part of the program or not.
Oh, as I read this, the recommendation was all of these?
So our recommendation was all of those, but we discovered that Something Yellow and Film Festival are already planning to receive and spend their money this year. So for the budget that's in front of you, Something Yellow and the Film Festival have a separate line item in here. Ron, could you point us to the page?
I do understand that. I'm looking at next year. I don't want to be in a situation where 125 is for all of these. That to me is not what I
page
want to
is
see,
that, Ron?
if that makes sense.
And I wanted to talk about that when it was my turn, so.
Okay.
I'm just trying, because, you know, I know that we're all, when someone diverges from the recommendation, if you want that done for next time, we kind of have to have a consensus of what the majority opinion is, so it can, because we're going to only have one meeting to finish this.
Right. And I guess my recommendation would be to keep it the same, subject to listening to other colleagues. Keep it as we have it now, rather than, it can be line item budgets. If Rotary does not need the funds and does not come forward, those funds remain in our general
So the
funds.
school grant is just going to be the way we normally do the school grants.
Yes, it's half of what was last year.
Right, but Peter, there's going to be accounting? Or you just wanted them to tell us ahead of time exactly what they wanted to use it for?
As it is now, they're supposed to give us an accounting before they receive the check, but they have not been doing so.
Some of them have been.
Some do. They struggle to do it, so it takes quite a bit of work to get some of the accounting back on this. Let me add some detail to this. So the cities that operate these type of grant programs, Scott and I have both been in cities that have done this. A bunch of our neighbors, Camarillo, Thousand Oaks, Moore Park, Agora Hills, Westlake Village, all do a grant program. What they do is they set the guidelines very clearly of how these grant funds will be, these community grant funds will be administered. And then there's a set period of time that nonprofits or other entities can apply for those funds, and those applications come to staff who then make the recommendations. So it pulls that political component out of it, where groups then are not lobbying the council on this. The recommendation comes from the staff to the council. Some cities have the recommendations go to the budget committee, then the budget committee recommends to the entire council. There's different ways to do it, but it's very clearly set guidelines that the granting period or the application period might be from February to April, prior to the budget cycle. Then we see what comes in, we make those recommendations, and it is included in that budget allocation for that following year.
I understand that, and my viewpoint still is that a lot of these items are community items. Rotary is doing a benefit for us if we fund them if they need the funds in the Neighbor in Need program. Something Yellow is what is the amount listed in the budget for Something Yellow? It's not that much, I don't believe.
So it's located on page 89
Okay.
of your budget
ask here.
document. So Something Yellow is $20,000.
Okay,
And then the film festival
25?
is $15,000.
oh, it's gone down, okay. Again, those are community events, I understand it. To me, there's a difference between that and a number of American Cancer Society, Habitat for Humanity, and other philanthropic organizations, which, again, everyone used to come to council. I understand the recommendation. I am just more supportive, I guess, of not having this lumped into a lump sum. And as I read it, reads 125 as a total grant, not subject to additional 40, 50, 80,000, which, if I'm correct, if you have neighbors in need, the number for the film festival, number for Something Yellow, that's already almost at the 125, maybe 85 right there. So I don't know the answer. I guess I'll listen more, but just wanted to make those comments. I'll make a recommendation in a little bit if you wish. Okay.
Alicia, you had
Oh,
comments?
can I just add a couple more comments?
Yeah.
Thanks. You'll probably mention this. The Hidden Hills Parade, I was going to ask, that obviously discuss cost and staff time. If we do it, if we move forward with that, my only recommendation is we should do the Agora Fiesta as well. That's the only comment there. And the building fees listed on page 5 of 8 on the report. And building fees, does that include Commons Lane, West Village project and Avalon at this point? Not that Avalon's couldn't be yet.
Yes, the building fees take into account the anticipation of revenues for next year. Realize that each one's in different phases,
Okay,
right?
Yes.
So some of the, like the commons, we've already received a lot of the fees,
okay.
right? Because it's always,
Yep.
it's a permission to go do something, not while they're doing it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So,
Alicia?
Okay, thank you to Ron, staff, the budget subcommittee for all of the work on this. Let me go through my notes. A lot has already been discussed. I'm glad that this budget was very conservative. I'm glad that there's a focus on paying attention to deferred maintenance. I think that's very important. We'll talk about the grant in a minute. I wanted to ask about the clubhouse on page 101. Can you just explain the way the numbers are with the deficit?
Thank you, Alicia, for bringing this up. So the deficit is for the entire general fund.
Oh.
It's not for the clubhouse. So we'll work on this in the future to
Okay.
do some kind of
I
a
knew there was a
page break in the
mistake,
software.
but I wanted to
No.
get it fixed.
Yeah. No,
I'm
the
like,
clubhouse is not losing 700,000 next year.
Okay, so there is no deficit with the clubhouse?
Correct, because there's no expenses.
Exactly, okay.
Yes.
Good on that one. And then if you can explain on page 185, the AB 3229 grant, can you just discuss that and where that money goes?
Yes, so this is our COPS grant. COPS stands for Community Oriented Policing.
Or it says Citizens Option for Public Safety.
Okay, I'm sorry, forgive me, I am 25 years past. So this goes to fund a portion of a sheriff deputy every year.
And how is that reflected in our sheriff's budget?
It is reflected in the sheriff's budget. So it's reflected in the budget in two spots. So we always focus on our general fund budget. This amount here of a little over 200,000 is in this grant, if you will, of money that we receive from the state every year.
Okay, great. And I just wanted to clarify that the Citizens Oversight Committee is for Measure K funding, not this budget.
Correct.
Okay.
You are
Oh,
correct.
Great. And let's see. Also, a sponsorship package is coming before us at a future date.
That is correct, Council Member. That was the request when we met in September and October for, when we looked at revenue options. The council requested that we come back with a policy both on sponsorships and naming rights.
Great.
Erica has drafted that. It was our fault, my fault, for not bringing that back to council earlier as we focused on Measure K over the last few months. But we'll plan on having that on an agenda probably in
Naming rights
August.
to what, though?
That's up to the council. So we
I
are
would
going to
hope
present.
not buildings and things like that.
This is up to the pleasure of the council. So if you
That
don't
would
want
be a
buildings,
shame.
we can remove that, but we'll put everything into a policy and you can add or remove as you so deem
Because
necessary.
I don't remember anyone saying they wanted buildings named after people. I thought it was.
Naming
putting up
rights would be
banners and events.
corporations or other entities that might sponsor a room or a floor or something like that in the community center, for example.
Well, I would strongly oppose that.
So I had reached out to Kindon regarding the community grants as well, and I felt much better after our conversation, but I don't think some of that information has been shared or explained. So I was hoping that you could share with the council how the applications would come to staff and then the recommendation would come from staff.
Yes, council, what we anticipate doing right now is coming back probably in August, early September with a draft guidelines for that grant, that community grant program. And so what we'll do is we'll look at the other cities that are working well and we'll mold that or modify that to work for us. And so again, we'll come back with draft guidelines before that is put into place. The amounts can change as Councilmember Shapiro mentioned. if next year the council feels more comfortable with the budget and wants to do more, we could up that to 150,000, or it could be 175,000 or 200,000. And we could look at different requirements in that. So within those guidelines, we would set a cap of what the maximum amount an entity could receive, whether that be 20,000 or 25,000 or 30,000. Again, that's at the pleasure of the city council. But we'll come back with those guidelines and present and work through those for a program.
It just, I was thinking kind of before you and I spoke about the horror stories that I heard that people would line up and asking, but that's not what it would be. There'd be an application period.
Yeah, it's a very non-political process in other cities because it's very, very focused on the application and the recommendations from the staff.
And then the other thing that we spoke about was with the Rotary Club and Neighbors in Need, if there's a domestic dispute and somebody has to move out and get hotel vouchers, that there would be money readily available for those situations. Like the Rotary Club would never be left with a deficit,
Yeah.
without funding.
Absolutely. The Rotary Club does an amazing job of keeping a sufficient balance in their account for the neighbors in need. And that's one of the reasons they haven't asked us for ongoing funds each year, is because even though we've budgeted it, they have not used those amounts. But I think the last time we looked, Ron, I think it was close to about a $40,000 budget or reserve that they have in that program. And so again, they have sufficient to operate as they have been doing. If there was a critical need, we could bring that back to the council immediately.
And then the other thing, to me, Something Yellow and the film festival are really like community events at this point. So if we know what their request is, to me, I don't necessarily think that they should have to fill out the application. I don't really have an issue with the schools doing it. I just want to be able to proactively explain to the schools why we're changing this. They're still eligible for like the whole amount, but we just need to know in advance what the funds are going to. I know some schools really, really rely heavily on the funds, and then other schools are reaching out saying, we don't know if we're gonna be able to spend it all this year. So I think we could find a way so that all the programs that the PFCs, PFAs want to fund are able to be achieved. I just think we have to be proactive in our outreach, but I really do think that like Something Yellow and the film festival should just be events that receive their funding, because they're helping to put on events that really benefit the entire community, that the community's open to. So those two. I can't really think of any other events that we partner, especially Something Yellow. It's like on our city calendar. It's right. We're involved with that, or we were.
Do you want to talk more?
Erica. Yeah, we are involved in that. Right. Yeah. Okay, so we're involved in that, in the Something Yellow. So that one especially. The film festival, I feel like we're also somewhat involved. I understand when other organizations would come forward, going through the process that we discussed. Let's see, what
And
else?
thank you, council member. And that decision doesn't have to be made tonight. I think that would be more of that discussion when we come back with the guidelines, because Something Yellow and Film Festival are funded in this current budget cycle.
Right.
Yeah.
But I just would, like, moving forward, when we look at this community grant program, those two, I understand other organizations that might not be receiving anything from us coming forward, but those two just seem really a part of our city calendar, a part of our community. And with the schools, I think we can make it work where they understand that they're still funding eligible. They just have to be proactive with and to be honest, for the schools that have not provided the funding, like, please let us know, because David and I would like to reach out to the PFA, PFC presidents, because
You mean like the justifications?
if they haven't provided the documents, let us know, and we will share
That
that
should be a
with.
requirement for getting more funds.
Exactly, and I know that they would, yeah, so if you can share that with us. Okay, we'll get that. That's all.
Oh, okay. A couple things, Kendon, since I was there, I will tell you the grants were done exactly as Alicia said. People would line up. There was an application, but they'd have to appear in front of the council, and it got very political. There were a couple times when council members didn't like the applicants personally. In fact, one of them had run against one of the council members, and that person's worthy cause was totally defunded that year, and everyone knew why. So let's keep in mind that even though we may not think of examples right now of what might happen, it was very disappointing enough where the council decided to remove their own authority from it. As far as naming rights, I would just say, I'm going to be very brief about this as a source of revenue. My idea of naming rights is what we used to do, which we, for some reason, we stopped doing. Like, we would name the Pumpkin Festival brought to you by Countrywide. Some of you might remember that. You know, whatever event there was, 4th of July brought to you by, you know, Ralph's, something along those lines. Not taking a building or a room or something tangible and starting to auction those off. I would be very upset to see that happen, and I may be alone in that, but I don't see why you wouldn't have banners, you know, say, hey, we'll put your banner up in the main room of the community center, at the front of the center for a month if you pay this. If you start saying you're gonna auction off a room, then once the room is gone, you're getting no further source of revenue, and I don't think rooms and structures should be named after people. We've only done that once in the city, but that was the council's desire to do it, because in order to get the grant to get the tennis center, our very modest supervisor insisted that his name be on the front of the institution, and we complied. My comments about the budget, I'll limit them to a few points that and I want to thank the Budget Committee, because their tireless efforts in this, Peter and Ed, has made it really easy for me to focus in on a few things that stick out to me. The contract with the Sheriff's Department, I would like us to consider at some point, once the Measure K funds are received, adding additional services to the Sheriff's Department. I think the public, probably that would be their number one, or either one or two, Parks and Recreation being the other one, that they expect to be done with their tax revenue. And we have seen, look at how wonderful our lowering of the residential burglaries has been. That's been tremendous. I think that's in large part due to a new district attorney and new attitude toward law enforcement. But one thing that we still lack in, and which has gotten worse, is the traffic considerations, including the proliferation of e-bikes and other things on our streets. That can only be addressed by a strong presence with law enforcement, and I would encourage the council to consider adding additional services. This is more a question for Pam, and this has stuck with me forever. For like 30 years, I've been up here, almost 30 years. We got ripped off on our property tax allocation, and I still am not clear how it's allowed that 483 cities have totally different formulas when there's no nexus. It's not like you're getting this lesser amount because you live in this zone and we have to provide more services to you or something like that. It's just random extortion by whatever the county, decides to do at the time, which means that in the 1800s, they gave cities 25, 30%, and then when they come down to us, we're the last city incorporated in the county and one of the last in the state, we get 4.71%, or, yeah, 7.1? Okay. So, the thing is, there's no rational basis for it. There's no nexus to anything the city does or doesn't do, and I don't know how they get away with it. I don't know if anyone's ever challenged it on that kind of basis. But I want to look for a way to negotiate somehow to get a higher percentage. Even if it's a little higher, it would mean a great deal with our property values here. So have you heard of any city challenging this?
I've heard complaints from more newly incorporated cities such as Calabasas, and even some that are several, over 4 or 5 decades old, are also no-low property tax cities. And the way it works is when cities do incorporate, they have an agreement with the county in terms of how much property taxes go to the city versus the county. And so because it is a mutually agreeable, for lack of a better term, an agreement, that's how they're able to charge or provide certain tax levels to some cities and not others. And I think the rationale is for cities that incorporated a lot earlier on, there have been less county resources that have been utilized for county roads and other services, and that's why they get a larger share of some of the property taxes, whereas those that incorporate later have been under the county's jurisdiction as unincorporated areas, and the county has poured in arguably more resources for those areas such that when cities do incorporate, they require less funds for development of infrastructure.
I will say that, well, actually, we had among a record low infrastructure. They had one park in the entire city. That's about, and it was a road stop at the time. I will tell you that when our founding elders, I will say, went to the county after 20 years of trying to incorporate, they were given that low number. They complained at the public hearings and were told, this is it. You've tried for 20 years to get incorporated. You take this or you don't get incorporated. And I find that to be extortionary. And I really do think we should look for some creative way, maybe as a class action with other cities like us, to challenge that, or at least make a demand that we get something additional. I don't think that it's fair at all. I don't see how they get away with it, really.
I would support that.
Can we, I mean, have you looked in, I mean,
We
is
have
somebody
not looked into that. Certainly, if it is the majority of the council's desire for us to look into that, we will. I will say with contractual agreements and incorporation agreements, it is difficult to challenge
Okay,
this
but
late
Can it be a
after
contract of
incorporation.
adhesion? Like, like you can't incorporate unless you take this. We spent 20 years trying to do it. It's a last minute thing. Here, this or nothing. Seems to me like that's just extortionary.
It can appear that way, and I certainly agree with a lot of the points that have been made. But I do think that there are several legal hurdles that we would have to overcome if a challenge were to be mounted. One of which would be, the contract was entered into years ago. The statute of limitations arguably would apply, and there's a whole host of other issues we'd have to research beyond that.
All right, I just something that maybe at another time we look into. I mean, the county government, as far as the services they provide, outside of law enforcement and fire, are pretty worthless in my view. LA County, that being LA County, just so I'm clear on who I'm besmirching. With regard to the community center, I have a couple comments, and I really, Erica, I'm very proud of the way you've managed that revenue, and to point out that it actually is standard for community centers and public facilities to lose money. That's what people pay their taxes for. They expect Parks and Recreation to be among the top things that are spent, and they don't expect a return. I would also point out, and I think we owe a debt of gratitude to the staff that used to exist at the community center when it was the Agoura Hills Calabasas Community Center. They were operating, it was a much different center, the way its focus was, but they got 90% back. And we always, for some reason that I've never understood, there was a mentality that they had to break even, and I always fought that. So I think they did an extraordinary job too in getting so much of that, so much out of it for so little, that got invested in there. So I agree that, what was it, 25% I was reading? Was that what the return is, Kendon? I think that's fine. I think the senior center is fine with that number.
The cost recovery for the community center is about 50%.
Oh, 50%. What was I reading, 25?
The standard or the benchmark for the nationally is 26%.
Okay, that's where
So
the
we
numbers are
exceed the
confusing.
benchmark.
Okay, that's why I thought it was so much higher. Right, okay, got it. I'm happy with that. If we can maintain that, I think that that's a good thing. I know the senior center wasn't quite as high as that, but still, again, that's providing a great service to the community, and I strongly support that. Question, Kendon, the Measure K Oversight Committee, or the Budget Committee, When do we think that is going to be in place? Or when are we going to discuss the formation of that?
After the July recess, we'll be coming back with the formation of the Oversight Committee and an expenditure plan, and the
Okay.
process for that.
I'd like yes, I think August is a good idea. In fact, I actually think, I mean, I don't know how popular this is going to be, but we haven't done a workshop yet this year, and there are several items that I would consider to be worthy of a workshop, including the Measure K Oversight Committee and how we plan, or at least what our vision is, inviting the public to come and say how they would like the new funds spent. I think that would be worthwhile to have that happen at a workshop. And finally, with regard, someone mentioned the Hidden Hills Parade. I think it was David. I understand, now how much did it cost us? It was a few $1,000s for the bus, right?
It's minimal. I think our budgeted amount was about $5,500, but that's just for the bus time. It didn't cover any staff overtime for that day.
Okay. I mean, it does reflect a good deal of goodwill to our neighbor, which has been very good and very supportive of us for the most part. There have been other issues, but over time, it's been a good neighbor. And I would just ask, if you don't want to have the bus there and the staff time there, I think some money should be set aside for whatever expenses there might be for us participating in the parade, because we don't know, we've never not done it without our own car. I mean, once we used a pickup truck I had, that was like the cheapest we ever got away with. But we're going to have to spend something. So I'd ask that we insert, maybe up to $500 for whatever, decorations or costumes or whatever we might have.
And we can look into that, Mayor, but I don't think the city of Hidden Hills pays for the floats of their council members. I think that is paid for on their own. So again, that's at the pleasure of the council, but the bigger question is, do we want to be funding a float? That's the bigger question, whether it's
No.
$500 or
It's not gonna fund a
$5,000.
float. It's not going to fund a float. It could fund throwing out candy to the residents. It could fund what we don't know, because we've never not had a float, what the cost is, what a cost might be. Renting a horse, I don't know. I'm not going to be on a horse, but maybe one of those Shetland ponies or something I'll consider. But, that's what I'm talking about.
I think, Mayor, and this is more of a question for the council. I think over the years, we've had at least three council members say they aren't interested in participating in that. And so I think that's one of the reasons it was pulled out of the funding. So if the council wants to continue to participate in that and have that be a city cost, we can do that. But again, what we've heard from council, the majority is there's not as much interest as there was before to participate in the parade.
Okay, so is that the council's desire, to not participate at all in the parade?
The parade hasn't worked for me date-wise in the last couple of years, but I would still be interested in participating. I think if we do participate, we could do something like what the city of Hidden Hills does themselves, which is have our council members in separate cars or in a car together. We have a couple of Ford Lightning vehicles, part of our city vehicle fleet. We could, I was going to say we could have Sparky build some benches for the back, but that'll have to be on a contract basis now. But we could certainly do something without having to hire out a separate vehicle, I think.
I just didn't think, I think if we want to participate on our own, I just didn't think it should be like a city-funded activity, because it's not open to the general public. Like, we're able to go through and spending like city funds, but it's not open to all of our residents. That was my thing. I think it'd be great if we wanted to participate on our own, the way they have their vehicles. And then I was also thinking that if we're supporting their event, I think you mentioned, why are we not doing Agora as well? So.
I like the idea of goodwill. It would be nice if we drew a line in the sand and that became something. I haven't seen that yet, but we could, I don't mind having our own vehicles. We can save a little bit of money, or we can rent one. We can rent a big van of some kind. But this is something I think we got to kick it around, and I don't know if tonight's the night to do that,
Well, if you're going to have a budget thing, it's going to be in the budget. If it's going to be you're renting a van with your own money, then it's not in the budget. So what I was suggesting was we set aside a small amount, which we may not use any of it. I don't know how much it would be to do any of this because we've never had to deal with it. So I'd ask that $500 be, up to $500 be spent on this or be set aside for this. And if the council doesn't want to do it, then they don't want to do it, but that would be my request.
Would that be like discretionary account money could be used towards it?
Discretionary funds could be used for the candy, for the dog treats, if council members wanted to do that.
We could do it that way.
I think that's cleaner, so then it's us supporting.
Did anyone check with Hidden Hills as to whether we can enter like 5 vehicles in the thing?
I didn't ask.
But we could all go in one.
We can work it out. I like that idea, with the discretionary.
All right, okay. Then with that, Kendon, is there anyone else that wants to go a second round or with other additional follow-up questions? Or staff comments? Yeah.
I just wanted to circle back to two things. First of all, we've had a couple of comments here, at least one on the reserve, which we're currently 3.8 million above our 50% reserve. If we wanted to have a balanced budget and have a black number here at the bottom, we could do that. Very simply, what we can do is we can eliminate the transfer to deferred maintenance of 750, and then our budget is in the black. If we do that, we don't have 750 put away in the deferred maintenance fund. Instead, we have 750 in the general fund. We're not losing any money, we're not gaining any money. So that would be the only way to balance the budget and not have to transfer to have that little red number of 750,000. So my recommendation is, again, to move forward with the budget as presented. We're not spending the money, we're moving 750 out of the general fund and into our deferred maintenance fund as a reminder to future councils 10 years from now, which maybe the 5 of us won't be sitting here in 10 years, to remind them that that money was allocated for future repairs. So I urge you to pass the budget as is. And then along the second point, just getting back to what was said about the grant program. The money that's in this budget here in front of us is $160,000, not $125,000. It's the $125,000 for the grant program, $20,000 for Something Yellow, and $15,000 for the film festival. We don't know what we're going to do next year. As far as how this grant program develops, my suggestion would be to ask Something Yellow and the film festival to fill out a grant application anyways. Even though we've got them here in the budget this year, if they fill out a grant application, it's a very simple process. They're already in the queue. If we decide to take this grant program and make it larger next year, I'd like to see each of our recipients of city money make their case to state on paper. And I think at this point, I think all of us would vote in favor of Something Yellow in the film festival. There's no doubt in my mind. None of that is to get rid of those programs. In fact, I think most of us would vote in favor of granting money to the PFCs and the PFAs. We're just asking them to formalize the program. So I'm going to plead one more time. There was purpose behind what we did. Hopefully that is an explanation that makes sense, and that I will turn it back over.
Yes.
Yeah, just to be supportive of that. When we talked about that, this was, if I had to define it a little bit, because making a decision on a grant program is certainly not something we were in a position to do. That's a council decision. So we just considered it as a placeholder for the most part, and then we'll figure it out. We're working under shock circumstances with revenue streams that were behind the 8 ball. So we're doing everything we can to protect our spending and our expenditures. So having criteria for grants and how it would be allocated, that would be something that we had hoped we would discuss in the future. So I like and support the way we did it. I think it was purposeful and not trying to harm anybody. It's to get this budget done and then come up with a creative way that we all agree on how the future is going to be allocated and how much it will be. We're all very, very sensitive to the neighbors that we have and the needs that the community has. So it's not meant in any way to be harmful to them.
Just briefly on the grant program, I am agreeing with Councilmember Weintraub on the issue of Something Yellow and the film festival not being part of this. And the third one, I do not believe Rotary should have to apply when they're doing us the favor of administering the Neighbors in Need program. And I'd hate to have an emergency come up and we can't meet to make that decision to get them the funds in an emergency when it hasn't been an issue. Those three to me have not been an issue. Two of them, all three of them are for our community. And I'll reiterate my suggestion that the community center go to the park for the pre first, but I think I'm the only one on that item. So thank you.
Yes.
Mayor, I'd like to temper a little bit of expectations on sheriffs. We mentioned Measure K. And Councilmember Weintraub, you asked for a report on speeding and e-bikes. I've already talked with Captain Carr about coming back in August or September with a presentation on that. In that same conversation, he reminded me, we were speaking about Measure K, that there is a growth moratorium on all contracts right now. So again, even if we had the ability to fund 6 more deputies, the county would not provide that time and those resources because there is a growth moratorium on their contracts. And that is across the county. Again, so I just want people to be aware that we'll look at all efforts possible to increase our public safety efforts and be creative with that. It just may not be able to be through deputies at this time.
Yeah, but you know, that's a moratorium that may change. So what I would suggest is that if we do want the additional services, that we put in our request early so that we can make sure we have a place setter in there in case the moratorium's lifted, and we'll maybe get some priority. I would like to at least discuss this at a workshop or at a future meeting. I understand the moratorium. Do you have sufficient, I understand this is coming back. We don't need any motions today as far as I know, but is there anything that was unclear from this discussion that you need to clear up?
And I'll turn to Ron and Allison. Michael, Scott, if we missed anything that...
I don't think we missed anything. All right, It is late. We've been going quite a while without a break, so 2.5 hours. So we're going to pass.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, we do have an item on that's been discussed that really has not been resolved. I don't think staff has direction.
What is,
we have
state
at
the
least
item?
2 people who have spoke out against the grant program or against all of the
I just want to clarify, I think there's a lot of organizations out there that we probably don't even know that will apply. I think that part is great. And I have no issue with the schools, with the outreach. I just think that Something Yellow and the film festival are really like quasi-city events. That's the only 2 I was talking about. So I don't have any issue with the way it's structured, and after speaking to Kindon,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. We can always look at it next time if there's any last-minute changes, but I think there's sufficient direction given.
And we can also, as we bring forward this grant program and with actual guidelines, as the council looks at that, if it's not the right fit, we can always amend the budget. But again, so we'll
Right.
proceed with the amounts allocated as is in the budget for the June 24th meeting, and then come back with the guidelines for the grant program, the community grant program.
All right, we have been going for 2.5 hours, so we are going to take a 10-minute break at this time. Thank you. And we're now at item 5, which is our Calabasas Community Wildfire Protection Plan. I see our Public Safety and Wildfire Protection, Emergency Preparedness Director, Michael Dyer, is here. And why don't you introduce everybody, Michael?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to introduce, I have Chief Drew Smith that's actually remote, and he'd like to say a few words in a few minutes.
Okay.
I'll introduce also beside myself Allison Sells of Dudek. She's a wildfire protection planner. And I have Chief Rob Hazard with Dudek. He's got 36 years of firefighting experience and was fire marshal in Santa Barbara County and has presented several community wildfire protection plans. I want to, if Chief Smith's available, if he's on his phone, on the Zoom, if he just wanted to address the council real quickly before we begin.
Are we able to get him plugged in here?
If he's
I am here.
Ah, there he is.
Welcome.
There I am. So,
Ch-
thank you, City of Calabasas. Full disclosure, I can't be there tonight because my son graduated high school, so that's the why behind it. And so we're doing that. Well, I wanted to start with thank you to the team that put together the CWPP. I've been involved in a lot of wildland business over the years, and I am very excited of the project work that went on this. This is a very, very well developed plan that I am proud of. And I just wanted to thank the proactive approach the City of Calabasas took for the community resiliency towards the wildfire threat that we know it exists. So I want to thank the Dudek team and once again, Chief Dyer, for your leadership. And so I'm just really, really honored to be involved in that project. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Smith.
Thank you.
One last thing, too, I want to recognize all of our community, our development team members that are here tonight, and they'll say some words later, and also Chief Josh Binder from the Los Angeles County Fire Department. He's here as well. So we're going to go through rather quickly. The table of contents will be acknowledgments, CWPP components, timeline, overview, and recommendations, and fire department recommendations. And we're going to acknowledge and thank the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy for awarding us a grant to complete this CWPP. Components, what is a community wildfire protection plan? It's a plan that's developed collaboratively. It evaluates wildfire hazard and wildfire risk. Most of all, it engages the community to identify main issues and concerns. And it identifies and prioritizes measures to reduce wildfire risk and increase wildfire preparedness. A CWPP is not a decision-making document. It's not an environmental document. It's a document that makes recommendations and does not commit us to a course of action. Requirements include regional collaboration, develop prioritized hazardous fuel treatment areas, develop strategies to reduce structural ignitability. Now, plan approval, it has to be approved by your city council, and it's been previously approved by the fire chief of Los Angeles County, Chief Maroney, who approved on behalf of the fire department and CAL FIRE. How can a CWPP help us? It'll be better identify and evaluate wildfire risk. It'll give us better access to grants. It'll improve stakeholder coordination. And it's a great community resource while expanding wildfire risk reduction actions. Project timeline, we began this project in February of 2025. So over the last 16 months, this development team of key community stakeholders and community members has worked on this plan and developed it to a point where Chief Maroney approved it in May of 2026, just last month. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chief Hazard to give you an overview of the CWPP.
Okay, so the plan area is the city of Calabasas city limit. But it's important to understand that it also included analysis of the surrounding areas because we all know wildfire does not respect jurisdictional boundaries. It's a total of 10,877 acres. And most importantly, there were 52 homeowners associations and additional communities that were part of this analysis. Almost the entirety of the city is within the CAL FIRE fire hazard severity zones. I'm sure most people are aware of that. These maps are updated this year and reflect broadly that level of fire hazard. Goes into your codes and different types of regulations that apply to the city area. But it's a very, very broad designation. It doesn't really get into parcel level specific hazard identification. Fire history for the area is pretty interesting. The west side of the city is a fire corridor. We've seen numerous fires over the years that have burned from the north to the south with Santa Ana winds, typically from the Santa Susana Mountains and burning into the Santa Monicas, partly due to grass-dominated fuel type in that area, which you get a lot of ignitions. On average, it's burning about 9 times in the last 50 to 60 years since we started keeping solid records. Conversely, areas to more the east side of the city have a much further interval between fires. And then this map is kind of interesting, shows the ignitions that happened throughout probably the last 10 years. These are plotted by Los Angeles County Fire Department. They go into a state database. And what you can see is these ignitions are highly clustered around roadways and areas where humans interact with wildlands. The goals of this document are to create a prepared community through education and awareness, to decrease the hazard around the community, to create partnerships amongst agencies, stakeholders, community groups to get work done and to collaborate on project development, to ensure that the community has enough resources to achieve the objectives in this plan, and to improve evacuation across the community. And unique to this plan is the development of a story map, which is an online version of the plan that is interactive. It allows the public to go through the plan components, to visually scroll through, see the maps, the analysis that went into the plan, and in terms of interacting with the content, it's actually an entertaining experience versus reading the 200-plus page document. The document is available as a resource for folks that want to go that route, but the story map is it's very well done. And with that, I'll turn over to Allison.
Thanks, Rob. So this project had a multi-pronged community engagement approach, including a public survey, workshops, and a monthly development team, in addition to our project story map. Like mentioned, our development team included representatives from various city departments, LA County Fire, other organizations, and key community members. Additionally, various agencies were invited to review and provide comments on the CWPP, and the asterisks next to the organizations represent the agencies that did provide feedback during our public review period. Going into our public survey, we had over 130 responses, and this survey had various question types, including personal criteria, wildfire concerns, evacuation-specific scenarios, desired actions, and their desired communication methods before, during, and after a wildfire emergency. Some high-level facts is that the majority of folks identified their house as having a high wildfire risk, with structural losses in general being their biggest concern. Folks are really interested in fuel management on public lands, and when asked what the greatest inhibitors for folks making their own properties wildfire resilient, it was conditions on neighboring properties and limited evacuation routes. Moving into workshops, we had 2 in-person workshops and 1 virtual workshop. These workshops included project presentations and various activities designed to elicit community input and feedback that would help direct the CWPP. Takeaways from these workshops include that resource limitations, meaning cost, time, ability, and knowledge, were the greatest challenges for folks to increase their own wildfire resiliency within their community. Conversely, targeted education was the greatest opportunity identified. And echoing the survey, the workshop's key component was focused on evacuation, with that being residents' largest concern, and really wanting to focus on evacuation route improvements. Now I'm going to pass it back to Rob for hazard risk analysis.
All right, so the hazard risk assessment, there was 2 parts to it. The first part was developing a hazard assessment, focusing on the natural environment around the city of Calabasas and areas within the city that have wildland vegetation. We used industry standard modeling, which is called FLAM map. It's been around for a generation. We did multiple field visits with LA County Fire Department to validate the modeling, because the modeling oftentimes will need to be proofed in the field. And we reviewed the outcomes from the modeling with wildland fire experts with over 100 years of cumulative wildland experience. Some examples, when we looked at our hazard modeling, the goal, identify priority areas for wildfire risk mitigation projects. Our hazard assessment was a measure of the likelihood and intensity of a fire. And our risk assessment was that intersection where that hazard and the built environment came together. Our built environment has exposure to the wildland hazards, and it also has vulnerabilities. So here's an example of one of the products that comes from the modeling. This is a map of flame length across the city and surrounding areas. The darker color is higher flame lengths, higher intensity fire. You can see that to the south of the city in the heavy chaparral field beds that are in Santa Monica Mountains. To the west of the city, where we actually have the most fires, is in the lighter grass-dominated fuels, because grass ignites easier and we get a lot more frequent fires in that corridor. This is looking specifically, this product, at the vegetative threat to structures. So this is a very good product for prioritizing projects. But you can see specifically the areas in the neighborhoods where there's denser vegetation up next to neighborhoods and communities. Another product that we used was fire progression modeling. So we're simulating ignitions and putting certain weather conditions on these ignition points and seeing what types of fires would progress from that modeling exercise. And ultimately, we create a community relative wildfire risk. We identify the potential for damage to our built environment based on that likelihood of fire and the intensity of fire. And we're basing this on a combination of the proximity to high severity wildfire, the slope steepness, urban vegetation, so there are areas within the city that are pockets of vegetation surrounded by development, and then exposure to the predominant wildfire-driven factor, which is the Santa Ana winds. That's what drives the majority of wildfires in Southern California. This map shows that relative wildfire risk, and we call it relative because every part of Southern California has risk, but some areas have more and some have a lot more. The areas of red you see on this map are areas of high risk, and then the lighter colors, that risk becomes more moderate. There's a lot of color on this map, so what we did is we distill it down in the next product to just the very high risk within the city. And this is a great project planning tool because we aligned this with our field visits where we had identified areas that we thought needed field treatments, and those identified field treatment areas lined up with these areas of high risk shown by the modeling. And with that, back to Allison.
Great,
for
thank
the
you.
action plan.
Yeah, so going over the action plan really helps synthesize a lot of the analysis that Rob just presented in addition to the community feedback we received throughout this process in order to have recommendations. So the action plan is organized to 7 different sections, ranging from vegetation management all the way to wildfire planning and policy. If you look at the action plan, it's it's 7 different tables, and within each table, each action addresses one or more of the various identified community issues. And I really recommend everyone look at the action plan for you to be able to see the different community issues that are attached to each item. Going into vegetation management, one of the key items is to evaluate opportunities to implement vegetation treatment projects that were identified in this CWPP. In addition to establishing a centralized tracking system and also a treatment, inspection, and maintenance interval for management projects. Moving into structure ignitability, structural retrofit programs, like the big concern I mentioned from the survey, that would identify or help address that concern. Going into community outreach and education, various actions, but one of them being a quick reference guide for folks on knowing what the best bang for their buck is in terms of home hardening and defensible space actions. And access and evacuations, many different priorities, but coordinating jurisdictions regarding pinch points in addition to a private-public collaboration and partnerships are a key action. Funding and resources, defensible space was a big one identified here for post-fire recovery, developing a post-fire rehab guidelines for property owners, And then for wildfire planning and policy, making sure that the CWP actions are integrated into city planning. And with that, I'm going to pass it off to Mike Dyer.
Okay. Well, city council, council members, county fire and city staff recommend you adopt the resolution approving the Calabasas Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and also determining that the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is not an approval of a project that is subject to environmental review under CEQA. And with that, I want to thank you all for your time tonight. Also, if anybody wants to look at that story map is really a new way of telling the story. And I'd encourage everybody to use it that sees the screen. So with that, we're open for any questions or comments.
Okay. First, we have several speaker cards from the audience, and I'm going to call upon those members of the public wishing to speak on this item. The first individual is Peter Fahler.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Bozagian, City Council members, and staff. My name is Peter Feller, and I am the President of the Agoura Hills Fire Safe Council. On a lighter note, I would like to emphasize I do not represent, nor am I part of the City Council of Agoura Hills. I am a separate 501c, and we are the Fire Safe Council. And we get on very well together with Calabasas and our neighbors. Firstly, I'd like to thank City Council and staff for their vision and leadership to move ahead with the creation of a CWPP. I am honored to have been part of the Calabasas CWPP team in the creation of this important document. I want to thank everybody on the team. This document belongs to the residents of Calabasas. The CWPP identifies the risk and then provides detailed mitigation efforts to address those risks. This document is a framework to make the residents of Calabasas safer from wildfire. The CWPP will also help the city go after much-needed grants to do even more mitigation. As you are aware, I also assist Michael Dyer with Calabasas Firewise, and I want you to know I receive appreciation emails multiple times a week from the residents thanking us for what we do and our assistance. Our focus on education and action has been very well received by the community. Fire knows no boundaries. What you do affects Agoura Hills, and what we do affects you. Together, our cities are doing great work to harden our communities from wildfire. In the last few weeks, the city of Agoura Hills has completed and adopted their CWPP. I'm here to urge the council to adopt the CWPP presented to you this evening. Once again, thank you all for your wildfire mitigation efforts and for the residents of Calabasas, which in turn makes all the residents of Santa Monica Mountains safer from wildfire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank everybody also for waiting very patiently. It's been a long meeting. The next speaker is Brian Cameron.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Kindon. My name is Brian Cameron. I'm a resident of Calabasas. 5 years ago, I came before you and asked you to back the creation of emergency preparedness in Calabasas, and I'm currently the president of that. My career was in management consulting, so I know how consultants work. And I'm really, really impressed with the work that Dudek has done on this project. The results are, it's an outstanding study. I was part of the development team, so I got to participate in on a regular basis. The plan was designed to incorporate a number of different factors. CAL FIRE, LA County Fire, city staff, recognizing the geography and development infrastructure of our city, and most importantly, our residents. Got them involved in helping to identify and create some of these ideas. This study will provide those of us who understand the myriad risks wildfires present with a critical tool. We still have the problem of outreach. EPIC was created to be an outreach and education platform. We're still doing the outreach. We always need help on the education part. This is going to give us a very strong hand in that process. So in closing, I would ask you to please approve the CWPP for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Pauline Allen.
Good evening. My name is Pauline Allen. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I'm the executive director of the Santa Monica Mountains Fire Safe Council. We're a regional fire safe council, so we work with EPIC and Agora Hills Fire Safe Council and the others to try to connect the dots among the Santa Monica Mountains. Firstly, I'd like to applaud the city for what you're already doing for wildfire mitigation, and especially Chief Dyer. All that you're doing is making a big difference. This adoption of the CWPP is a huge milestone for the city. Not only does the CWPP address the inherent risk and hazard in the city, it is showcasing the breadth of action plans and possibilities for what we can do to improve and reduce that risk. And so, as has been mentioned already, this is an opportunity to be more competitive in grants and fund those projects. And you know that these projects are already supported by all of these agencies and all of these residents and all of these nonprofits that have been part of developing the CWPP. So you know that there is strong support and collaboration already built in. And you know that when you get that additional funding for these projects, it's going to be so much easier to implement and do the education. But we need your support in adopting the CWPP. So tonight I urge you to adopt the CWPP and congratulate you in moving forward with this milestone. That is what all I have to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard Sherman.
I'm still a resident since I was here a few minutes ago, but I echo what others have said. I just want to add that, you know, as we all, those who lived here remember the chaos that happened during the Woolsey fire, the aftermath, the evacuation, the poor communication, and I think this, and I'm so impressed with the team that, but first of all of you to support, and the city management to support this project. You know, I truly appreciate the work done, the Public Safety Emergency Preparedness Director, Mike Dyer, all the experts that were gathered, the residents, and of course the consulting team. This is unlike most consulting teams. They were very active. I was very, very impressed. The comprehensive manner in which the team studied these issues, combined with the surveys, getting other residents involved. And once this passes and the resolution passes, I think it will allow more residents to get engaged. And I also like the fact that there'll be benchmarks so that to ensure that the plan is enacted and some of these benchmarks are adhered to and hopefully achieved. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And our final speaker, unless I get more cards, is Joe Chilko. Oh, no, wait, I have one more card after that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Joe?
I'm Joe Chilko, and I'm a longtime resident, and I got dressed up and everything. The Community Wildfire Protection Plan is good because it's a plan. Planning is good. Effective planning is even better. There are many benefits to having a CWPP, including access to funding sources and increased likelihood of obtaining grants. But the biggest benefit comes from the plan that's been made. The fire risk mitigation opportunities identified and the actions that will accomplish them are clearly delineated. Not everything can be accomplished at once. All are important. The actions selected consider threat level and vegetation fuel load to determine which would be the most impactful to focus on. The multi-year plan identifies actions that will build on the previous accomplishments. As time passes, it's important to continue the planning process that produced this CWPP. No one can predict the future, but given the city's fire severity CAL FIRE designation, it's not hard to guess. Fires are inevitable. Fire risk mitigation is possible. There is no community to the wildfire protection plan without the participation of our residents. Citywide efforts will produce positive outcomes. Outreach and education will continue. I would also like to recognize the contributions of the members of the CWPP team, including our consultants, DUDEC, and applaud them on a job well done. And in particular, I'd like to thank LA County Assistant Fire Chief Drew Smith and California Forestry for their guidance and expertise. And finally, our own Mike Dyer, who was key in championing this project to completion. Now, let's get him some help. Thank you.
Thank you, and I misspoke. There are no cards remaining on this item. So now we're going to turn to council comments. David, go ahead and start.
Thank you, and thank everybody on the team who volunteered their time, and our staff, and our city manager, and of course, Chief Dyer. Mike, we've been talking about fire safety and emergency preparedness in this city long before and since Woolsey, of course, and this has been something I know you have championed along with everyone else, and it's something that's so important. Public safety and emergency preparedness are the most important things in our city. They really are, and we're here in a fire zone 24/7, 360 days a year. It's not like 365 days a year. We have no breaks from fire danger anymore, and it's not just us. It's, as mentioned, the Santa Monica Mountains that were part of our beautiful community. It's Agoura, Hidden Hills, Westlake, obviously Malibu, who just suffered another tragedy. So anything we can do in our city to make our city safer, our residents safer, and the surrounding communities safer, I am 100% for. So I fully support this CWPP formation and happy to make the motion. Thank you.
Okay, Alicia.
Just want to say thank you so much to Mike and the team and everyone that was involved in this. We're so lucky that this plan is before us, and the amount of work that has gone into it is really exceptional, and just the value that it will provide the community. We're so lucky. I think about how different things are from the chaos of Woolsey, how much better prepared we are, and I'm very grateful for this and all of the work of the Fire Safe Council, EPIC, Public Safety, everyone involved. It's a team effort, so I'm excited to get this approved and really share it out with the community so they know what's been done and how we're trying to help.
Peter?
Yes, thank you as well for all of your efforts for putting this together. I am definitely in favor of getting this approved this evening. I did want to ask a couple questions, point out a couple things just that jumped out at me in your presentation. You know, in the number of times burned map, what was interesting to me was it didn't show any of the areas that burned that are part of our residential areas. So for example, Grape Arbor Park wasn't highlighted, even though we lost that in the Woolsey fire. There were several houses on the street behind Moreau Road that we lost, and none of that was shown either. So in a future appendix of the map, I don't know how relevant or important it is, but I'd really love to capture the structures that we've lost here in the city of Calabasas that aren't reflected there. What threw me in the images is we see that the west side of Calabasas has been the most number of times burned, like has had all of that fire exposure. But when we look at the relative wildfire hazard, it's, instead of being along our northern border, it's along our southern border. And when we looked at the community relative risk, it's very high on the east side of Calabasas. Could you explain why that, maybe I missed that in the presentation, why is that so different?
All that too.
Yeah, so partly it is because it hasn't burned in so long in many of those areas. And then it's also dominated by chaparral, which is the heavy shrub vegetation that's so predominant in the Santa Monica Mountains. So if you go kind of on the southeast portion of the city, right along the boundary, in those neighborhoods that are kind of up on the ridge line there, and there's the Summit to Summit Trail. And you stand on that Summit to Summit Trail and you look to the south, it's quite remarkable, like the vegetation in there. And a lot of it hasn't burned in upwards of 80 years. So that's why it has the highest risk, because the potential for high intensity fire, something like we saw in the Palisades. Versus the west side of the city has had multiple fires that burned through those grasslands, jumped the freeway like the Woolsey did, perfect example. Now the Woolsey, once it got into that same Santa Monica Mountain, chaparral-dominated area, burned with incredible intensity. So Calabasas is kind of the corridor to getting fire on that west end, but really the southern portion, and I would say the neighborhood that really demonstrate that is the Highlands, where it butts up to some of that heavy chaparral.
To add what Chief Hazard said too, the recent Sandy fire, the reason it really threw everybody for a loop was it was burning in a westerly direction pushed by Santa Ana winds, but then the winds changed and then it burned into fuel that hadn't burned since 1993. And so then it just raced. So it gets into that fuel that hasn't burned for a long time, and the BTUs go way up, and it's just off to the races. So that's why a lot of our considerations for fuel reduction in the future and treatments and such are on that southeast side. And we're actually going to be, the goats are coming. The goats are coming pretty soon to that southeast side. So, and some of the things in the plan that are in the plan, we're already implementing. And we look forward to doing a lot more.
Great, well, thank you for that. I also noticed in the plan here that defensible spaces is covered. Looks like we have some Zone 0 coverage in there as well. I know there's been a lot of debate about Zone 0 being implemented, not being implemented. Is there a law coming soon regarding Zone 0, or?
Yes,
Because we
yes,
do have
there
it
is.
reflected in here as
There's
something we
actually a
should take
law
care
that's
of.
already in place, but they haven't enforced it yet. And
Okay.
haven't implemented. The Board of Forestry's been tasked to implement the Zone 0 guidelines, and they're going to come out with formal Zone 0 guidelines in July. We recently hosted the Board of Forestry at the community center, and they had a Zone 0 meeting where the public was allowed to sit in, and they have presented some modifications to the Zone 0 area, and I could certainly get you the information, and I think as it gets closer, we're going to need to do some public outreach and some workshops to our communities about Zone 0.
Okay,
Because
thank you.
I think it's coming. It's coming.
Appreciate that. Just a couple more quick comments, and I noticed in the collaborators, we had mentioned Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy, MRCA. Big shout out to MRCA if you're backing up to open space and you don't know who owns it. If you go to the MRCA website, look for brush clearance on the MRCA website, you'll find a map or a link to a map that'll tell you whether that's national park land or state park land or MRCA or private property. And that helps you figure out who you need to reach out to as you got to clear that 100 or 300 foot space behind your structures. So great partners that we have in the area. Was very disappointed to see that Caltrans didn't provide any feedback. They're a very big player in our area with our 101 corridor going right down through the middle of our city. Would have loved to have gotten some input from them on this plan, but one last question is, we've mentioned that this plan is going to be instrumental in helping us get grants for future projects and stuff. There's things in the plan that are outlined like fuel breaks, for example. You know, it's good, we need those, but the plan doesn't go into detail as to where those would be or that. Does that come after we secure future grants, and is is how does this tool get implemented? Because it's a long document, and it's not like Kenan's going to read it every
There's
day.
a reason it's not so specific, and Chief Hazard will elaborate.
It goes back to Chief Dyer talked about how CWPPs are not decision documents, because a decision document that commits an agency or a civic body to a course of action using state funds or federal funds would require environmental review. And so typically what a CWPP does is outlines a blueprint for where you would take action based on the hazard and risk assessment, and then you implement those projects with a full CEQA process, your initial studies, all the things you need to do to make sure that you're in compliance with CEQA. And because of the time horizons, because things change, climate changes, vegetation changes, fire history impacts the landscape. So CWPPs increasingly are seen as more living documents that need to be updated because the action plan might change based on some of those environmental conditions changing.
All right, excellent. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Excellent job.
Ed?
Thank you, Mayor. Wow. This is a wow. It's amazing. I know Alicia had mentioned what it was like when we first experienced the Woolsey and no one knew what was going on, what to do, complete confusion. There was no communication. We couldn't get television. We couldn't get radio. I used my mom's old transistor radio with the antenna to try to find some communication. Unfortunately, I had extra batteries in the house, so that was the only way I could hear anything. At that time, and my dad was a volunteer fireman, so I've got a little fire experience in the family. And I just was overwhelmed with how much we would have had to bring together to make an effective community be prepared for something like this. The officers that helped with the leaving Calabasas, street management, they hadn't been here before because there was so much going on. So it was maybe the first time anybody's been there. So they didn't even know where the exit strategy was. Complete confusion. And in a short period of time, congratulations to every single person involved. And Brian, you were the leader there right in the very, very beginning to foresee all this and the broad need for it, to have this, which is basically a Bible of fire management. It's amazing. So I think the community will come to appreciate it as they learn more about it and read through it. It's just far exceeds any expectation anybody would have had, not just to execute, but also to have all the commanders involved from the different rotations between fire, police, city, other cities, Caltrans. It's a package. So I think we're so well prepared, and I know we'll get even better prepared. But there's one thing I'd like to see directed your attention to, and it's not in this package, but that would be managing the fire. We're making attempts now with cameras to identify them ahead of time, but as we all know, when you're facing 56-mile-an-hour winds, nothing's going to prevent. It's get out of Dodge and how many people can get out fast enough. But there was a period of time where maybe we could reach that fire ignition point quicker. And I'd like to know if having additional heli hydrants are necessary. I'd love to see a map where the helicopters are coming from, if they're still eligible to fly, how long it would take, and under certain wind conditions, what distance would that fire travel in that period of time, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? Where's the zone? Where's the danger zone or that zero zone expanding? So a great start. I know it's just the beginning, but it's a huge step. It's a huge beginning, and hats off to everybody. Thank you.
Okay, I just have one question, and that is, because I love charts and graphs, you had extensive numbers of maps of the city, color-coded with fire, mostly just percentage fire hazard and various demarcations, but most of them had, or many of them had, this gray color for developed areas. So what I didn't get out of that, I won't go through them all, just generally, when an area was colored gray and it said development, there was no color coding. So does that mean that you didn't assess the likelihood of a fire hazard, or you didn't, or that it was so low once it's developed that you don't include it? I didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, so the gray areas are all the development. It's the built environment. And fire modeling uses vegetation field models that exclude the built environment. And this is a limitation of modeling. It's why modeling cannot, in and of itself, really show you the true risk. So the action plan that was developed took the modeling, but then also took a whole bunch of field assessments, people driving around, myself a lot, driving around the city and going into every single neighborhood, looking at the construction features of most of your neighborhoods, the average year built for a lot of the neighborhoods, how much fire hardening the structures had or had a lack of. The good news for Calabasas is large amounts of your built environment seem to be very resistant to fire. There are newer homes that have been built under modern codes, but there were still communities that had vulnerability. And so that's why the assessment really is a mashup of field assessments and the modeling, because the modeling currently, there is no field model for the built environment. There are scientists working on this right now. It's the holy grail of modeling if they can figure it out, but it's still a work in process.
Okay, so if additional assessments are made in the future, it would be nice to see how to rate some of our neighborhoods and how at risk they are, because I imagine I'm not the only one looking at those charts who's wondering, like, some of the neighborhoods were very resilient and the fires just went all around them.
Yeah.
And some of them were not and had random hits here and there.
Yeah.
So I don't know how that's done. I'm not an expert in this, but I think that would be helpful in another. I think one of the maps had something like that, but it wasn't complete. So, anyways, the next time something like this is undertaken, or the next time you're here with charts like this, try to include something with that.
Yeah, the one map that will help with that is the vegetation treatment map that shows recommended areas doing vegetation treatment. Those were designed around communities that in the site surveys, those structures had more vulnerability. So we mashed up where we saw high vegetation levels up against those communities and older neighborhoods that weren't as resistant to embers and flames and had less setback from the vegetation.
Okay.
So that map actually really does kind of show you those communities that have those little identified field treatments around them are at most risk.
Okay, thank you. And if there are no other questions, I'd entertain a motion to adopt resolution number 2026-2017.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Next, we are moving on to item number 6, which is Senate Bill 1, RMRA, project list adoption for fiscal year 26-27.
That's not it. That's open already. Shoot. Okay. Okay. Good evening, Mayor, council members. This item is a routine annual compliance item required to receive SB 1 funds. This is not a project approval. The money is being applied to projects already in our CIP. The state requires cities to adopt, is it right? Okay. The state requires cities to adopt a project list each year before receiving road maintenance and rehabilitation account funds For fiscal year 2026 and 27, Calabasas is expected to receive approximately $652,000. Adoption of this resolution keeps the city eligible for these funds. Where will the money go? New projects include the 2027 annual street resurfacing program, Green Streets Phase 3, and we are also re-enlisting our ongoing projects, including the 2026 resurfacing, Mulholland Highway improvements, and the West Calabasas Road Roundabout project. Relisting is a standard SB1 requirement for projects that may continue receiving funding. Again, approval for this of the resolution allows the city to receive approximately $652,000 in SB1 funding next fiscal year and continue investing these funds in roadway maintenance and transportation improvements. There is no impact to the general fund. So staff recommends adoption of the resolution 2026-2018.
All right, Alicia, any questions or comments?
No, thank you very much.
Peter?
Nope.
Ed? David?
Yes, two quick ones.
We were so
First,
close. Oh,
you thought
man.
you were getting away with it. Actually, they're long. No, I'm teasing. First of all, great. This is fantastic. Thank you for the short presentation, brief and correct. I will make my speech just a little ahead of time for the Cool Streets program, a test run in the city. It's long-lasting, better for GHG and lower the temperature in the city, and it worked well in Woodland Hills. And secondly, just indicate I have received a lot of input, or a lot of community input on the area of Parkway and the arteries connected there too, as having issues for looking at future. But I am fully supportive of this. Thank you.
Great. And just so everyone knows, Parkway Calabasas is being completely rebuilt in the 2026 resurfacing project. So that's coming.
Okay.
Later
I
this
have
year.
no questions or comments. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2026-2018?
So moved.
Second.
Oh, I'm sorry, no public comments. I apologize. I didn't call for public comments, but there were no public comments. Thank you for the reminder. All right, so there's been a motion, it's been seconded. All those in favor, please state aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. We now turn to item 7, the proposed ordinance to protect open space under the City of Calabasas General Plan. Pam Lee will give our staff report.
Right, thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I do want to start with saying that, this has been a long time coming, 2 years at least in the making. And to preface that, I'll say that, Calabasas does have a very rich history of environmental stewardship and open space protections, and it's always been at the forefront of ensuring that natural habitats and environmentally sensitive areas have the maximum protections to the extent possible. And so if we could just start the slides. As part of this background, the city has, in 2005, adopted Measure D, which basically is a requirement for 2/3 voter approval for any change in open space land uses under the general plan, if they're going to be changed to non-open space land uses. And that would include the open space resource protection areas, open space recreational, and public facilities recreational land uses. That had a sunset date of 2030. In 2015, the voters approved Measure O, which basically got rid of that sunset date and made those protections permanent. So the 2/3 voter approval requirement is necessary in order to change any land uses from open space to non-open space. However, while the current law does protect rezoning and changes of land uses, it does not protect against development activities. And as we know, several years ago, there was a housing developer who had a proposed housing development, and adjacent to that parcel, there was natural habitat and open space area that needed to be graded according to the developer. And the city had additionally denied that because of the sensitive environmental area and natural habitat that area had. And so it moved forward to litigation, and ultimately the court decided that because of the way the municipal code was written, that grading activity was allowed despite the current protections that were on the books at the time. And so after that, in 2024, the city council directed an ad hoc committee, the open space committee, to look for ways to improve environmental protections for open space areas and to strengthen the existing development prohibitions or the lack thereof into a municipal code ordinance. And as a result, 2 years later, we have this open space initiative that is before you. And so staff has worked very diligently with the ad hoc committee members of Councilmember Kraut and Mayor Bazagian to come up with the open space initiative that is before you. And thank you to the ad hoc committee members for hours and hours and months of bringing up this open space initiative. And it is basically to close the loophole that existed with the ability to develop in open space areas under the OSRP General Plan Land Use Designation. So what is this proposed initiative? This initiative basically prohibits any development on lands designated OSRP under the general plan. There are limited exceptions, which I'll go through as part of this presentation, but it is within the OSRP land use designations, which the primary purpose of this is to maximize preservation of natural habitat areas and environmentally sensitive habitats, flora, and fauna. Those lands that are basically untouched and unimproved. As a result of this initiative, any development that occurs on those lands in OSRP would require a 2/3 voter approval prior to any development. Now, what does it mean to prohibit development? It's basically one of the main 4 categories listed there. It includes soil disturbance, exactly what had occurred in the 2023 court case that the city wanted to limit. Soil disturbance is very simple. It includes any sort of grading, excavation, moving of earth, altering land, its contours, or terrain. That would not be allowed under this ordinance. It also includes a prohibition on construction, demolition, and alteration of structures. And structures has been defined very broadly under this ordinance to include buildings, walls, fences, roads, pipes, channels, culverts, ditches, anything that basically has an assembly of materials that is in a fixed location. It also includes any changes in density or intensity of land uses, and lastly, any subdivisions of land, lot splits, lot line adjustments, except for that which is purchased or owned by a public agency or a qualified nonprofit in order to further recreational uses or open space protections. So, for example, if the Santa Monica Conservancy or another nonprofit owned land that wanted to subdivide it but not build on it, that would be allowed. But any other private owner that doesn't qualify would not be allowed to subdivide that land for any future development uses. Now, the limited exceptions. There are 3 main categories of limited exceptions. First, we talked about, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. In an emergency or where there's an imminent threat of public health and safety, the city manager would be able to determine that there may be a need for emergency repairs, the moving of earth for some reason based on a local emergency or some sort of state declared emergency or some other imminent threat to public health or safety. Second, to the extent that any development would be necessary in these areas for the purpose of fuel modification or vegetation removal, that would also be allowed as determined by LA County Fire or any other public agency that has jurisdiction over such uses. And thirdly, this is a broader category that basically would allow limited development in the facilitation of the following land uses, and you see that listed there. Any use that would support open space, to the extent you need to include or provide additional signage, fencing, trails, benches, shade structures in support of open space, that would be allowed, provided it requires and is, you obtain 2/3 council approval before doing so. Additionally, it would include public facility uses that would be for public facilities located on land that is owned by or leased by a public agency or a public utility. The third category is for public utilities, electric lines, telecom towers that are located in these land uses that need to either be maintained, fixed, repaired. That would be allowed, subject to 2/3 of the city council approval. Existing private utilities, gas lines, and other types of private utilities, like a private water line by a private water company. They can fix those, repair those, maintain those, subject to 2/3 city council approval. The other category would be abating of any nuisance as determined by you, 2/3 approval again. And lastly, in the event that it is required by law, or in the event that you need to avoid a constitutional taking or an inverse condemnation claim. Now, if this ordinance is placed on the November 3rd ballot, the voters will decide whether or not this will ultimately get adopted. It requires a simple majority vote of 50% plus one in order to pass. Not to be confused with the assessment protest hearings, it requires 50% plus one yes votes. And if it passes in the future, all development being proposed in OSRP land uses would then require 2/3 voter approval in order to take place, unless they meet the limited exceptions that are that we just talked about. And so what our recommendation tonight is for you to, one, introduce the ordinance 2026-425. Second, to adopt the resolution to place that measure on the November 3rd, 2026 ballot. And then to authorize the city manager to execute any necessary documents. As part of this process, there will be additional land use changes or zoning changes that may occur. We will bring that forward to the council at a future date in order to align with the purpose and intent of this ballot initiative. But that won't be tonight, it'll be at a later time. And I think after you make the motion, if this does get approved, what we would suggest is for you to determine arguments in favor and how many of the council will sign on and author that. But that would be after the three recommendations up at the screen. And I'm available to answer any questions at this time.
Okay, we'll take public comment, but first, did you mean that, because that was one of my questions that I was going to ask. Are you saying in your comments that we don't tonight designate who is in charge of the ballot arguments?
You would, ideally, you would be able to make it tonight, but the resolution that you adopt does allow for flexibility, but to make sure that we have what we need, my suggestion is to do that after the three recommended actions above.
But after what? After tonight or after?
You could do it tonight, or you can
Okay.
wait, but it's easier just to do it tonight.
Okay. And we didn't need to reduce that to writing to give notice to the public, or does it matter?
No, because your motion would count tonight, and the resolution is flexible to allow one or more of the council members.
Okay. So I have two public speaker cards. Joe Chilco.
Good evening once again. I am Joe Chilco, a longtime resident. I wrote a bunch of notes after I read what you have in the staff report and the ordinance itself. And then I listened to what the city attorney said tonight. And it seems to not be saying the same things, or at least not in the same ways. So, yeah, there's prohibitions on certain things, but there are exceptions too. So you know, for any of this to happen, you have to put it to a vote of the voters. And that's going to take a simple majority to pass. But any exceptions, that takes a 2/3 vote of the city council, not the voters. So in other words, once the voters say yes to this, they get all of this, and they give you the power to determine which of these exceptions should be allowed. So they don't get any choice over that. That doesn't make me particularly happy, because of exactly what the city attorney pointed out, that we lost the lawsuit. And I didn't like that at all. I spent 10 years fighting that thing. So, my final comment is, if it's to strengthen the language to provide greater legal protection, is this going to be considered an objective standard that the courts will say, oh, well, yeah, no, you're allowed to do that? So those are my 2 comments. Thanks.
Okay, next, an old friend, Norm Buring. Welcome back to Calabasas.
Good evening, Norm Buring, 27301 Provident Road, Agoura Hills, and I'm president of the Liberty Canyon Homeowners Association in Agoura Hills. Still have a foot in Calabasas. My Saratoga Hills house is occupied by my daughter and family. I'm here to support the proposed ordinance, and what I want to present to you is a reason why you should vote for it in terms of a property that's for sale in the city of Calabasas right now. If you look at, I just pulled this out of a real estate magazine today, and if you look at the picture in the middle, the sheriff's station is at the upper end, and Agoura Road is down the middle. The chicken foot shaped property there is open space, deed restricted in the county of Los Angeles. That little side piece over on the right is open space, resource protected in the city of Calabasas. So you have the community center and my backyard on the other side of it. In 2022, a developer proposed building 200 houses on the top of that hill. He didn't include you in any of his litigation, but I went on the public site. There's 204 items on that litigation. Most of them don't involve a lot of letters or anything, but it's been going on for 4 years. Now the ad says, a developer's dream to possibly subdivide to create a neighborhood with amazing views. And they just reduced the price from $2 million to $1.25 in the last month. Also, there's a landslide on this property. Your ridge line at the top ended up in our Agoura Hills backyards, including the one that I live in right now. The front side is so unstable that the water district had to pull a 24-inch water line out of the street and put it on the sidewalk for a number of years. So you might say, hey, we have the zoning, no problem. Well, it turns out there actually are some problems, and a lot of them are created by the fact that when you move to the open space, a lot of the deed language is not changed, and developers are encouraged to litigate. So my point to you is by putting this ordinance in here and the required 2/3 vote, you have a much better chance of preserving the open space you want and hopefully discourage these frivolous litigations that can go on for years and cost you hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. Thank you.
Okay, so Peter and I were the subcommittee, so I'll have Peter start out. If you'd like to make any comments. It's kind of
Sure.
self-explanatory, but I'm sure you have some comments.
Well, sure. I'd like to certainly address our public speakers. First of all, Norm, welcome back to the city of Calabasas, a neighbor of mine, and actually one of the guys who tricked me into public service a long, long time ago. And Joe Chilko, we've seen here a few times as well. Thank you for being here and commenting tonight. You know, why have these exceptions and why have a 2/3 council vote? You know, as we got into this, it was really clear that our code, our development code, our general plan, they allow development in open space. That's just the way that they're written. So we had to figure out how to tighten up that language and make it not only palatable for people who own some parcels right now, but also something that we can, you know, manage here at the city. So for example, if we want to put a park bench in somewhere and we prohibit all development, now we can't put benches into our open space on the trailheads. We can't put a directional sign at the trailhead entrance because it's on, you know, open space and we're prohibiting all development there. So these exclusions were all carefully debated and thought out with the help of our city attorney and our development director. And I think we've really got it nailed down. I know the previous ordinance that the city has passed prohibited rezoning open space, but nobody thought that a developer was going to come, you know, petition the city that they're allowed to build open space or to move 2.3 million cubic yards of earth and call it remedial. So I think we've come a long way here. We certainly put enough time into this. I just want to share with you that all of those exclusions were carefully thought out. You do have to trust your city council now. And with a 2/3 vote, that means you need 4 yeses in order to get anything through there. And I think that's really good, solid protection for the city of Calabasas. So I appreciate being able to serve on this subcommittee and all the people that put the hard work in.
Thank you, Peter. And as the other part of the subcommittee, I would say it's just been a long process. When I first brought the Open Space Initiative in front of the council in 2005, 21 years ago, I did not think that we'd be still discussing the third version of it in 2026. But times change, laws change, the state is very pro-development and has made it harder and harder for us to use our ordinance successfully to protect open space. So that is why we've had to have it now brought for the third time. And I would encourage the council to pass this and for the voters to approve it so that we can get our ordinances up to speed with regard to protecting the city to the maximum extent possible. So I'll have some additional comments about who is going to be doing the ballot signatory gathering, the 5 signatories on the formal ballot, and also the ballot arguments. But I'll reserve that till after we're done with the approving this, hopefully. Alicia, did you have any comments?
No comments.
Ed?
I do have a few comments. You know, in reading this, I was very, very happy to protect and defend open space that's defenseless in many senses. It's got nobody else looking out for it. So you started on this in 2005. We moved here in 1994, and a lot of time has passed. We've moved, and it feels like I blinked, and here we are in 2026, but it's still a lot of time. And I wish we would have had some progress reports on this, because it seems to be laid in our lap, and I haven't had a chance until tonight to comment, and now it's who wants to vote against something like this. I'd certainly be supportive of it, and I am supportive of it. But I wish we would have had some kind of update and some inkling of where you were going so we could discuss it a little bit. Again, I just feel to protect the unprotected open space is an obligation that we need to fulfill, and especially with a majority vote of the voters, I'm sure that would pass very easily and would be what we were looking for. It's sacred property, and it will remain that way. I like the exceptions you have. I think it was well thought out, but there's no time to go over it and pick it apart right now. It's a good shield, and I'm supportive for this.
David?
I just want to say thank you, James and Peter, for your hard work, and I am fully supportive of this. Thank you.
Thank you. So unless there's anything else, let me do my official script here. I would entertain a motion to approve placing this on the ballot, which would be the first reading and waiving reading of the text of ordinance number 2026-425.
So moved.
Seconded?
All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. I now have to read the ordinance. This is an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Calabasas, California, protecting open space by requiring 2/3 voter approval to develop on lands designated open space, resource protection, OSRP, under the City of Calabasas General Plan with certain exceptions. And I think that's it for the legalities, Pam? Yes. Now, the other issue is, and we had talked about this before, those council members not in this election cycle should be the ones who get the ballot signatories, the 5 signatories, and sign themselves if they wish. They get to make that determination. This is pursuant to our longstanding policy that we not have council members whose seats are up for election to be involved in that particular process. As much as I have history with this, that would mean that I do not get to sign or circulate, which is fine, and then the two of you as well. So I would give it to priority to Alicia and Peter to do that so that they get the ballot statement in. Of course, we can all campaign for it if we wish, but that's another matter. So I think that's what my recommendation to the council, as I had suggested I was going to do anyways, would be. Is that okay? Are you two willing to do that?
Yeah. What's the policy that all 5 can't sign?
No, there's no policy on that. In fact, we did an ordinance on the off election in 2005. It was November, and we weren't up for election because the governor had called a special election. So we all did sign it. But ever since then, the policy has been not to, it's not a law, but the council has not wanted council members to self-promote by putting themselves on the ballot statement when they're up for election. So I think that's a fair thing.
It's up to the rest. I'm fine with all 5 signing it. I'm fine with.
I think it's important that we not politicize it by including people who are going to be potentially on the ballot. I think that's an important thing. Anyone who wants to help, they can certainly write a letter to the editor. They can go to HOAs. They can do the groundwork and do the legwork. But to put people already on the ballot on there is not, in my view, appropriate.
Is that something we're voting on?
Well, what we have to do is designate priority for signature gathering and ballot statement priority to council members like we did before. When we did Measure K, you gave the responsibility to me. I was not on the ballot in the primary, and so that was done so that one person could do it. But we have 2 council members who can do it, and I would suggest that's what the council do.
Is there a way that 5 people can sign it? I mean,
Yeah. You can pick 2, 3 other people.
no, I mean, the 5 council members could sign it.
You can do that. I would suggest you not do it because I think it's self-promotion if someone is also on the ballot as a council member. I don't want it wrapped up in our own city council elections. I think that's not fair.
And first of all, coming in here, I didn't know that 5 of us signing was an option. I thought it had to be 2. If the option is for 5, I don't see that as self-promotion at all. It's 5 council members who've always been in favor of protecting open space, 5 council members who all spoke out during the West Village. If the council wants to do all 5, I'm okay with that. If they want just the 2 not up for election, I'm okay with that as well. So I'll leave it up to the others
Well,
to comment.
You bring up a good point, and that is, I certainly would want not all 5 to be in charge of running around and getting the 5 ballot signatories and writing the statement. That can't be done because somebody has to sit down and write the statement. So.
I'd be
perhaps
glad
a
to take
separate
on writing
vote.
the statement with Councilmember Weintraub.
Sure, staff will help.
All right, other comments?
We've concluded on this,
No,
though.
we haven't. Go ahead.
So I feel the same way as Peter. I mean, we have a council here that on many aspects, and particularly on open space, we're unified. We're unified on public safety. There's many things we're unified on, and I see this as a unified vote, unified support. I don't perceive it as, yeah, I'm up for election, David, you're up for election, but I don't perceive it as something from an electioneering standpoint that it's irrelevant to self-promotion. I see it as a unified feeling toward open space and dedicated, and it can say so in the ballot statement. And by show of force of 5 people, it emphasizes it even more.
That's a separate issue. I surely hope that if the council majority decides to have all 5 council members sign it, that it's not going to read something like, your city council members have always supported open space, and this is what they've done here. I mean, that's the worry that I have, is that it's self-promotion, and I don't think that's appropriate. So however, I guess we're going to take 2 separate votes because we've got to decide who's going to write it and then give that priority in a resolution, and then also direct who's going to sign it. I'm just stating my preference. If the majority disagrees with me, so be it.
Well, I agree. I don't think we should, whoever writes it should script it in such a way. It's scripted to protect open space, and and you don't necessarily have to say we're dedicated as a team. Us having our signatures attached to it speaks for itself. It doesn't have to make a special remark toward how the 5 of us feel. It's a given in the statement itself, by the nature of the statement.
All right, are there any other comments?
I would just be supportive of Peter and Alicia writing the ballot statement, whoever they decide between them, and I would also be willing to sign if we're all signing.
Why don't we just leave the decision to them then?
We'll surprise you.
Is that fair?
Absolutely.
Okay, that's fair.
Consider
So-
yourself signers.
So,
It would be a
Pam,
formal motion second.
but let me just ask you, just for legality, because I know the county had this problem before. If we designate them as, like the counties or we designate them from the council to write it and to get the signatories, they would have priority, right, if they submit it, over someone just from the outside submitting it?
Yes, it's always association by the city, the legislative body, and then associations. There's a priority list already.
That's why I think it's important, because it's actually happened here twice, where somebody has come in from the outside and sabotaged. Twice that happened. Okay, so the motion would be to designate council members Weintraub and Kraut to author the ballot statement and determine which 5 individuals will be signing it.
I will make that motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please state
Aye.
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 Aye. Okay, choose wisely. All right. Now, we are now done with the business, so we're going to verbal reports, which will hopefully be kept short. Ed, would you like to start?
Yeah. Yes, I will. I got to brag a little bit, and I just got one report, and it's got to do with the Clean Power Alliance, because we finished our budget as well, and I was on the Finance Committee, and we'll be dark till September. But the bragging is, they started off with sun power. I got involved with it, joining the city council, and then it moved to battery storage, and now it's going into geothermal. It's amazing. The participation rate in the city is 92.9%. The growth of clean power is staggering. We're the largest clean power offer supplier in the United States. We've saved 18 billion pounds of greenhouse gas emissions, and there's more and more and more. So I'm not going to go into all of it, but I could just say, with the help, if we didn't do it, we would have had to have 135 million trees to make up for what the green gases that were saved. So I'm proud to be a part of it, and it's a great organization, and you'll hear more from me in September on this subject. Thank you.
Was that David or Peter?
David?
Okay, thanks. I just want to say that I attended with Mayor Pro Tem the Valley Economic Alliance Board meeting and the Steve Allen Excellence in Education Awards, which was a wonderful event. And also a note, I provided Kindon and a copy of it, but SCAG's preliminary draft SB 79 map is now available. Anyone who wants to look at it, our council or anyone in the city, it is available. And I attended SCAG meetings. Thank you.
Alicia?
I attended SCAG, and I can't remember if the COG meeting took place within our last council meeting.
Peter?
As been mentioned already, our Budget Committee met on May 28th. The Open Space Committee met on June 9th. And then I attended the League meeting on June 4th. And just a quick note that the speaker was the new general manager of the Metropolitan Water District. And amongst the many things that he spoke on, he did mention that the Sepulveda pump station broke ground earlier this year. It's important to the city of Calabasas because we, up until last year, had exactly one supply of water. That's the California State Water Project. Our local water district, the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District, added water banking up in Kern County as part of our water supply portfolio now. And once this pump station and its sister pump are in line and working, we will now have access to Colorado River water as part of the Metropolitan Project. And then, of course, as we all know, the Las Virgenes Municipal Water District has also broke ground on the Pure Water Project. So we have gone from a hopeless, helpless community just 3 years ago to a very resilient and robust and diverse water portfolio, and I'm very excited to announce all of that.
Okay, and I'll forego announcements. Does our city manager have anything you'd like to announce?
Nothing to report tonight, Mayor, Council.
Okay, so we're going to be adjourned. It's now, wow, 10 o'clock. That was a 6-hour meeting. To the regular meeting of June 24th, 2026. 4 hours.
Feels like 6.
Oh, sorry, did I say, I was thinking 6 o'clock.